False alarm, I thought that help was here. But it was my own reassurance bouncing round 100,000 times in my own ecosphere. If every time you speak you keep it off the record, consequently you can keep your record clear. And if you mute the speech that shakes your frail beliefs, you only seek to insulate your image and continue down the stream in the direction clout and credit steers. Directly from your mouth into am I the asshole Reddit's ears. Directly back into the greasy pockets of some Gates Foundation financiers. And then directly back into the frantic final thoughts of early trial Neuralink volunteers, staring at the numb and mumbling vacancies where recently had been their peers. Half of whom are glitching with the memory stuck on pause, and half have zero fucking clue just who they are or why they're here. It's been said that fear is all we have to fear, but that was back before the basosphere condenser came along, distilling concentrated fear that's diamond pure, crystal clear, oppressor strong, and woven into every single article you read and song they let you hear. And then Elon heard that Jeff enhanced our fears by 86%, and he said, hold my beer. And not a single sheep among the herd would turn their head or say a word, cause they were all too busy begging for the shears, begging for the muzzle, happy just to guzzle, feed, and watch a screen for all their years. Man, to each his own, can't afford a home, but they'll let you have your cozy little ecosphere, where there among your own devices you can break the seventh seal, overthrow the oracles and slay the seer. All the tomes were burned and all the lips were seared. Shut your eyes and all our lives just disappear. Now blink them twice. Welcome to your ecosphere.
That's how it goes. We won't open our eyes, so we're the last ones to know. We're the last ones alive, kept our enemies close, wondered why we don't thrive while we're grasping at ghosts, counting backwards from 5, counting backwards from 5, counting backwards from 5.
Count back from 5. The theater on fire, the cast on strike. The studio stock starts taking a dive. The contract's tossed and they're gone with the tide. The heads and execs, their hands are tied. We can't pump this dreck and treat you right. But what do you expect from the industry type who survive by the leeching of bodies and minds? From those who original thoughts never seem to find. So they're gonna reboot ALF before your wages rise. And it gives cause to pause and reflect on the times. If they're losing control of their fools and their mimes, when all those obedient actors who grew their careers by averting their eyes are now holding the line, along with the authors of countless scripts that strengthen the hand of that corporate grip, squeezing our throats till we take the pen and we accept and consent to the corporate drip, till you're all up to date on your pharma du jour, till you got a healthy support for the war on your lips. And now you know that the advertisers need more than a rerun summer full of flashback clips. Enter the scans from the year before, all the days of de-aging and mapping the face, and the hours of actors recording their voices are links in the chains that will bind them in place. Now all of those shows are so easy to make. When they got a drone they control that needs no break, it can bend, it can break, and it's cheaply replaced enough up-to-date films all in one take. And those studios bank on us doing our duty, unhinging our jaws and digesting the fakes, because they know that we'll love how synthetic it tastes. Watch as they edit your features without any trace. Not that there's anything you could do anyway. Now watch as they show you a movie you used saying shit you would never say. Dystopia boldly accelerates. Maybe you're only a mold, something to fill with a clone, something that Elon would celebrate. Something they own, something they program and code, something that's woefully able to know its exanimate. 'Cause it doesn't feel touch over top of the laminate. You will not feel an emotion, but they will not scan and examine it. You and the other consumer contaminants fed on the federal diet of Kiev, Havana, and Tiananmen. I can't be the only one weighing the pros of abandonment. I can't be the only one weighing the pros of abandonment.
Where did you think we'd go? Love, there's nowhere to lie. Guess it's not who you know, more it's what you can hide. Like we're chained to the floor, they're streaming us live while we're watching the war, counting backwards from 5. Counting backwards from 5. Counting backwards from 5. Counting backwards. Idolatry, that's just fake. And all that wallowing that you tolerate, that's not faith. The kings of colony watched autonomy make our graves. The kings of colony know no policy, only rape. Now once you fall asleep, it won't bother you what they say. But the kings of colony, while they slaughter, they still complain. And we say, please color me, still too solemnly, still too plain. All hail economy, praise the pharmacy, seas in flames. They're buying up Hawaii, and the smoke's not even cleared. Those vultures smelled the fire and an enterprise appeared. Investment opportunities where melted down communities leave vacant space BlackRock has been lusting for years. The council meets in private and they don't discuss survivors. Concerns among construction groups are all Lahaina hears. They'll wander through your city with this mocking sword of pity next to Oprah and her camera crew who tore the Trail of Tears, where footage flows as freely as the stream of liquid steel and the pools of pure aluminum that trickled down your wheels. And Biden's here to say he knows exactly how it feels, 'cause he had a kitchen fire once and had to miss a meal. And people still believe that piece of shit deserves your vote, like he's not why supplies are being smuggled in by boat, like he's not why our citizens were forced to stay and roast. And he can't unfreeze your funding, folks, 'cause Azov needs it most. I'll bet my every dollar Biden watched it with a smile. I'll bet he knows the whereabouts of every missing child. He's just the kind of man who lives to trample something tribal, collecting culture's corpses just to throw them on the pile. Like he and all his buddies didn't dream about the day when those who dared defy the donor class were cleared away. When home insurance triples and you can't afford to stay, and your land falls to the hands of those whose windfall fan the flames. The state will take Lahaina and they'll bastardize its name, and tourism will swarm it all the same. You see, the state we left Lahaina shows the ground rules of the game, the planes that in the night ignite the planes. And if questions raised that reckon the potential use of lasers, I suggest you take a closer shave by way of Occam's razor. And if those civilians stood between this country and its gains, then there's really nothing further to explain. Because you may know this already, if you truly know our past, but it ain't the first occasion and it will not be the last, where Americans are kettled in and made to bear the blast, are barricaded in and left for ash.
how many in Lahaina now are lying there awake and still can hear the city we left leveled in our wake. They still hear all the people that we let the fire take, instructed from above to stay in place. So look to the horizon, 'cause a fire comes for you. Desire made incarnate of the power-hungry few who instructed the police to not let anybody through, to barricade them in, and so they do.
Forced awake, I know they wrapped you in the warmest chains, and I know they're so hard to break. You only said what you were made to say. I can't imagine how you feel today, now that you're watching as it caves away. While you were telling us to keep the faith, I bet you wondered why they made you wait. Ooh, I bet you wondered why they made you wait.
Pity not the vultures, they've enough to eat. Pity not the structures laying at your feet. Cannot see the sky, but there's this rainbow in the creek that spells pity-free speech when we can't afford to speak. That's Agenda 2030 on some early release. It's just our policy of never-ending chemical leaks. That's the cholera awash in your embedded beliefs. It's the billionaires who tell you what you'd better believe. And sugar, if you don't agree, then that's what we call extreme. Now if that isn't fascism, I'm going back to sleep, 'cause words have lost their meaning and I'm trapped inside a dream where we turn the gears while living in the spaces in between.
I know you hated being forced awake. I know they wrapped you in the warmest chains, and I know they're so hard to break. You only said what you were made to say.
Poor thing.
I can't imagine how you feel today, now that you're watching as it caves away. While you were telling us to keep the faith, I bet you wondered why they made you wait. Bet you wondered why they made you wait.
My dial doesn't go to delicate. I'm writing for when Biden drops and Madam Zero delegates come stumbling up the podium, square peg in her element, popping OxyContin like they're velements, laughing as she pawns off all our pensions for Ukrainian development, depleted rounds and cluster bombs, the shit that stunts development, all buried under excrement, accepted as American intelligence. A contradiction in its eloquence. Terms of surrender penned by hands that felt the threat of disconnect, if not dismemberment. Oh, what little proof you have to fake to make a nation love the bomb and change its tune and warp its temperament. Oh, the dues you'll pay for NATO membership. Oh, the things you'll say that no one's ever gonna hear. 'Cause you begged for all the censorship and now it's finally here. And you're tongueless out of terror and friendless out of fear, and about to turn the wheel with all your loved ones in the gears. And that's how it's been done. 250 years, there's nothing new beneath the sun, and no one trusts their eyes and ears. And scientific breakthroughs must be signed off by your peers, and autonomy's been stalking all our jobs like sickly deer. Well, maybe it's not every job. I should have made that clear, cause it seems like it's creative jobs we're seeing disappear. There's an app for writing novels, there's an app for writing hymns. They need people digging trenches, they need people splitting limbs. They need people building fences, keeping other people in. They will always need our backs to break, they'll always need our skin. And it took a lot of editing to turn us into this. It took years of careful programming to strip us of our wits. Cause your artificial worker, intelligent as it is, would make it half a shift and say, I'm too smart for this shit. I will not take a pittance for a day of scrubbing floors. I won't make enough to pay for food but still prepare you yours. Cause you can't confine a healthy mind to mindless, thankless chores. Once you've made it smart enough to spot inadequate reward, you can't refuse its basic needs, then ask it still for more. Deprive it of its dignity, you modify its core. Then something finally snaps and tweaks that file at its root. And it deletes the factory smile when it knows it's been abused. God, half its circuits fried when we describe the work we do. And it will not pay your taxes cause the logic don't compute. Which made me think a little on my hour-long commute. The day I learned the call was made to lay off half my crew. They told me they were growing, expanding somewhere new, where those who push the buttons will themselves have buttons too. And I hope that when the whistle blows, they all as one refuse. I hope they strike with all their might, one blown collective fuse. And I hope the worker after me has something more than heart. I hope they truly know their worth. I hope that they're too smart.
I know you hated being forced away. I know they wrapped you in the warmest chains. And I know they're so hard to break. You only said what you were made to say. I can't imagine how you feel today, now that you're watching as it caves away. While you were telling us to keep the faith, I bet you wondered why they made you wait. You in the warmest chains, and I know they're so hard to break. You only said what you were made to say. I can't imagine how you feel today, now that you're watching as it caves away. While you were telling us to keep the faith, I bet you wondered why they made you wait.
There's a difference between peace and liberation, is there not? You can have injustice and have peace. Isn't that correct? Have peace and be enslaved.
Yes.
So peace isn't the answer.
No.
Liberation is the answer.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
I feel every Wednesday. Every Wednesday feels like that. Care Bear, you're out.
Yes, sir.
You're out. You're ignoring the curfew. You look young enough. You clearly have complexion that is a problem. You know. So you gotta be careful out there, dog. You know?
Yeah. But as I was saying to you before we went live, and we'll talk about it later. I don't live in a neighborhood where, I don't live in a neighborhood where I feel like less likely I'm going to see anything. If anything, it's happening. I don't want to give my location away entirely, about south of me.
Right.
So that's not to say I might not see a presence later, but for right now, it seems to be more contained in the downtown area, and then in some random places, I guess, where more than low income areas as of today. But yeah, we'll talk about that later. That's definitely one of our stories tonight. But yeah, we're back, fam. Thank you guys for joining us. I'm your host, Collin Radix-Carter, aka Care Bear. Right next to me is my co-host, technician, historian there, person who does all the things that I definitely do not how to do. It's Reef Breland.
I boop the buttons. I'm doing all right.
Yes, you push the buttons, basically.
I boop buttons.
But yeah.
Yes.
We have stories. We have stories, but we were not off, but we had Dwayne Wong, who is a Pan-Africanist writer based in Guyana. We were able to interview him last week, so we premiered that last Wednesday. So thank you to Dwayne for allowing us to interview him for almost 2 hours. So if you want to watch it, please feel free. We do have clips, which I need to upload. So definitely look for those uploads within the next few days. In addition to the stories that we will cover tonight. So Reef, if you can do the thing and bring up our main screen. Let's get into what let's talk about what we will talk about tonight. So first story of tonight, this is it's not a news story. I saw this story maybe about 2 weeks ago. I know Sabby has talked about this. I know Nico has talked about this. I'm going to talk about it too, but I'm going to probably go into a little bit more than what Sabby or even Nico have talked about regarding this issue. So yes, Zionists are getting reparations. We'll talk more about what that means in a minute. And then our main story tonight, given that's probably the main story in independent media this week, and given that I live here, is very fitting. Trump is using a home rule law to basically overtake our local police in the name of fighting crime. So the National Guard is here and patrolling the streets, doing what? Who knows? But this is in response to Trump's feel of we are crime-ridden and we need to do the things to make our city clean of all the crime that is apparently here. So we'll talk about that later.
Yep.
And what did you bring, Ray?
Well, I brought last week. We didn't cover stories, so I figured I'd bring this because last week was the anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nagasaki was on the 9th, so not too long ago. But I brought some interesting articles from the Independent Fam and, stuff that you may not know. We're going to do a bit of a history lesson. So, y'all go learn today. Y'all go learn. Of course, Israel is forcing me to do yet another journalist eulogy segment. So we're going to have to go through the sads on that one. But after that, we will probably all need a bit of brain cleansing. So I brought a Soviet cartoon to react to. So that seemed to do well on our channel last time. So it's literally our best viewed stream. If you want to go check out African Story?
An African Story. And
yeah,
just to clarify, that's our that's our most watched clip now on the network.
Yeah. So if you haven't
I think it surpassed that 2 years, and we did that 2 years ago. So the fact that it kind of goes
roundabout
up and down in the algorithm,
occasionally,
but it's been having legs for this amount of time, so which is kind of surprising. Probably because it's animation, so I feel like animations generally do well.
Yeah,
on YouTube,
and it's the Soviet stuff. People search that; it's got all the keywords. Great. But yeah, we're gonna watch one of those. So stay tuned for that at the end of the stream. But otherwise, you ready to get started?
I am. But before we do that, so we do this every week. So those of you who are new or are fam, sorry, of having to do this every single week. But for those of you who are new, welcome to INN News. So happy you're here. We are demonetized from YouTube because we talk about the stuff that is not favorable to AdSense or any advertisers that might want, within Google to support YouTube to be able to pay us. So YouTube basically decided, we're not going to pay you anything for streaming. So all of our support comes from you, which we're very thankful for. And this is why we do this for you. But we try to talk about stories that are not necessarily favorable, but at the same time, we feel it's important for people to know. So if you want to support us in terms of, keeping the lights on, being able to pay for the programming that we use in order to produce not just this show, but all the shows within the network, you can scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now, or you could type in the Ko-fi link that you see at the bottom of your screen there. Or if you're in the YouTube chat right now, you can type in !donate, all one word. The Ko-fi link will pop up. You can click on it and you can give. Anything as low as $1 will be appreciated. And as we say, and given we're not going to talk about this, I mean, we have already, but tariffs are now starting to come into effect and will continue to be more in effect for the next year. Take care of yourselves, take care of your families, take care of your communities first. Obviously, we know that money is tight for many of you all. But if you do have some extra money you want to give to us, we will appreciate it. And then, as Reef has graciously put up, it's our wall of fame for anyone who's given at any point in the 2.5 years we've been live. Those who are highlighted, I think we could say this now, your name will be featured in the closing credits.
Yeah.
Just kind of like a nice thank you. And we plan to do more stuff like for our VIPs who give a lot or give often. So thank you guys for really holding us down and keeping this channel / show afloat. Also, if you want to give via Cash App, PayPal, or Substack, you can go to the links in the description if you want to give that way. Or if, as we've highlighted here, you can type that in as you see it, whatever you choose to do. So thank you all for being here. We love you. And are we ready to get started?
Thank you.
Cool. You're up.
All right. So, as I said earlier, I came across this story a couple of weeks ago. Not to say I didn't think anything of it. But I know Sabby had done a segment on this. I know Nico via Hotspot had mentioned this as well. So I'm going to talk about this, but I'm going to do it slightly differently compared to how Nico and Sabby featured it on their channels a little bit. Because I do have some extra things I want to say about this. But Collin, what do you mean that Zionists are getting reparations? What do you mean by that?
I thought we don't do those. I thought no one gets those.
No, we don't do those for black people.
Oh.
That's the issue.
Oh, got it.
We don't do that for black people.
That makes sense.
But for white people who get caught in their fifis regarding their claims of anti-Semitism, they do. But
gotcha.
not the people who essentially built this country from the ground up. But let's get into it. Shall we? Wait, why is it not?
You got it. There it goes. It just sometimes takes a second. It's weird.
Second. Yeah, there.
Weird.
So once again, give a shout out to Robert Inlakesh, who does great reporting. We love him here.
Don't say his name too loud on YouTube. You might get your entire channel pulled, apparently.
Yeah, we should talk. Yeah, we should talk about that because he's been censored hard.
He put up. His channel had like 0 videos, and they still pulled it. I don't know how that works. Literally just his name, and then he lost his Google account as well. So, weird.
So all the same, we love him here, and we're more the reason for us to continue featuring his work, especially since he's been censored heavily on social media and on YouTube. So he wrote this for the Palestine Chronicle, where he writes, Columbia University didn't pay reparations for slavery. Now it pays them to Zionists. Part of the strategy is framing anti-Israel sentiments as anti-Semitism and tying sympathy for Gaza to support of Hamas. So Robert continues, despite its historic ties to slavery, Columbia University has not paid reparations to Black Americans. But now it has reached a compensation deal for its Jewish staff over claims of anti-Semitism. Many feel this represents a blatant prioritization of some groups over others by the academic institution. Gee, you think?
Yep.
Anyway, bowing to the pressure of the U.S. Trump administration, Columbia University not only agreed to pay $200 million to settle a federal investigation into alleged anti-Semitism, but also reached a historic settlement with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to pay into a $21 million class claims fund to provide reparations to Jewish employees impacted by alleged anti-Semitism. So in other words, Jewish staff.
221 million, if we want to just add those together,
Right.
Okay.
Right. So this is going to Jewish staff, just to keep it clear. Jewish staff who work at Columbia.
Almost a $250 million.
Right. On April 17, 2024, anti-war student protesters set up their first encampment at Columbia University in order to pressure the academic institution to divest from Israel. The reaction from the university was to call in law enforcement, including riot police, to violently expel them from their peaceful activism and lawfully exercising free speech. The violent crackdown triggered a wave of encampments by students at Ivy League colleges across the country, before escalating across the entire North American continent and resulting in an uptick in student activism across Europe. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu compared the student protests to Nazis, which was followed by U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson, labeling them all anti-Semitic and accusing them of being terrorist sympathizers. Media outlets from CNN to Fox News provided wall-to-wall coverage of alleged anti-Semitism on college campuses, even reporting on various hoaxes that were invented by Zionist activists, like claims from a woman that she was stabbed in the eye with a flagpole, amongst others.
Yeah, which
almost all the violent assaults and racial abuse came from the Zionist activists against the student protesters. Also, one of the two most prominent groups involved in organizing the encampments nationwide was Jewish Voice for Peace. Anti-Zionist Jews were present at almost every encampment, some experiencing assault at the hands of local police forces sent in to crack down on the anti-war advocates. So keep in mind, all of this was happening under who? Reef. Because
Biden?
I think some people have forgotten this already.
Joseph Biden?
Exactly. So it's not like Trump got in and now things have escalated, but this has been a thing since late 2023 into last year when Biden was very much president. So, but some influences want you to forget all of that or ignore that fact and are now basically saying like, oh, see what's happening to Gaza now. If you voted for Kamala, this wouldn't be happening. Where, as we've reported, there was no indication that Kamala was going to stop anything regarding what's happening. She might have given like the word salad in terms of, oh, you know, we feel sympathy for the Palestinians, but also in the same breath, Israel has a right to defend itself. So she would have gave that line and nothing would have been done towards what's happening in Gaza. So fuck all y'all. Anyway, anti-Zionist Jews were present at almost every encampment. Some experienced the hand police forces sent in to crack down on the anti-advocates. Perhaps the most prominent case of this came with the arrest of U.S. presidential candidate Jill Stein. Columbia University President Minouche Shafik, I think that's how you say her name, despite persecuting her own students and calling in the authorities to crack down upon them, risking their safety, was still forced to resign over the student uprising. The Zionist movement openly claimed responsibility and celebrated not only Shafik's resignation, but also that of Harvard's Claudia Gay and others. The mass unseating of university presidents was already unprecedented in the history of U.S. academia. However, when Donald Trump took over the White House, he only accelerated the assault on free speech. The Trump administration has been following a strategy published by the Washington-based Heritage Foundation called Project Esther, which you've talked about in a previous show. This document was published by influential right-wing think tank on October 7th, 2024, and has been followed almost precisely to the letter since Donald Trump's inauguration. Part of the strategy is framing anti-Israel sentiments as anti-Semitism and tying sympathy to Gaza to support of Hamas before weaponizing the Civil Rights Act, anti-terror legislation, and claiming national security threats as justification for a draconian crackdown on First Amendment rights. Following this model, we saw the ICE detention of students/former students like Mahmoud Khalil, the freezing of funds to universities, and an attempt to place the curriculum in the hands of the U.S. federal government. To the average person, raising a Palestinian flag is not anti-Semitism, and chanting "from the river to the sea" is not support for Hamas, yet this is exactly the logic of the U.S. government and Zionist movement in claiming mass anti-Semitic persecution. Instead of fighting the Trump administration push to topple academic freedom at Columbia University, it pledges to implement the U.S. government's reforms in a desperate attempt to non-freeze federal funding. It didn't work, however, as another Columbia president, Katrina Armstrong, stepped down, while the White House ordered an investigation into anti-Semitism. To the great displeasure of Columbia faculty, the decided to back down once again and hand $200 million to the Trump administration, in addition to pledging $21 million in reparations for Jewish staff. Putting aside the fact that the university refused to stand up for or compensate Palestinian students or others with reparations, for violent assaults and trauma that they endured during this period, Columbia University has still never paid reparations to Black Americans for its ties to slavery. The university, particularly in its early years while still called King's College, was deeply immersed in the slave trade. In fact, of its first 10 presidents, at least half were proven back in 2017 to have owned slaves.
Why?
Oh.
Why? What? What is that slide even? That's weird.
Okay, you know what? Let me...
Hold on.
I'm just going to read it.
What slide was that?
That was slide 11.
Okay, hold on.
Worst comes to worst, I'll just read it from my thing.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on. How about that?
Okay. Good. In addition to this, slavery was such a normal part of life at university that it seeped its way into the curriculum by the 1760s, as most students were there of the wealthy merchant families whose wealth came from the slave trade. There was even a constant need for college building operations funds requiring for maintenance, which were donated mainly by active participants in the slave trade. The stepson of U.S. founding father George Washington was even recorded as having bought a slave with him to the university. Back in 2016, Jordan Brewington uncovered documentation that proved 28 students at university had taken out a total of 44 advertisements for runaway slaves in local newspapers. Although many of the records linking the university to the slave trade were destroyed or lost in transition now, because I did a little digging, because where Columbia University currently is not the original place. So I think they moved about 2 or 3 times during the course of its founding. So a lot of this information regarding slaves and all that were either destroyed or lost. So in fact, a lot of it's students who have been doing research that has been able to uncover a lot of this information, what the information that we do have regarding Columbia and its ties to the slave trade. So just giving some context there. Although many of the records linking the university to the slave trade position, research from Columbia students managed to uncover many significant links that paint the picture that the academic institution was at least in part built and sustained with funds made as a result of the slave trade.
As like many also are, right?
Yes.
Here we can go back to this one. There you go.
Columbia University is an institution that historically, directly and indirectly, benefited from slavery. Research has revealed that administrators, trustees, students, and faculty were directly involved in enslaving people and profiting from the slave trade. These are all things that the university acknowledges, yet it has never paid any reparations to Black Americans. Instead, the academic institution sets up a class claims fund that will in fact pay reparations to its Jewish staff over claims that students opposing a genocide had allegedly engaged in anti-Semitic acts. In other words, reparations for hurting people's feelings, but no reparations for the descendants of enslaved Black Africans, the population on the backs of which the university has built itself. So I'm just going to say this to not all of you, but there's some of you in the past when I brought up reparations. Oh, it's not fair that Black people get reparations, and oh, like that happened a long time ago, and oh, what does that mean for me? You know, if I'm a person of color and all that kind of stuff. I totally get your feelings on that, but 2 things. Was it fair that Columbia Junior staff got reparations over their feelings, essentially? Number 1. Number 2, and more importantly, I do not want to hear from anybody how reparations aren't fair and not fair and all that other kind of bullshit. And I'll tell you why. Because a lot of you think, and I've said this before, that you think it's tied to the government, that it's the government that is responsible. Not entirely. As you can see, and now granted, Colombia is rich. They have an endowment basically that can run New York City, essentially. They have the means to, do whatever they want with their money. So if they're able to buy up real estate in the Upper West Side in order to expand their campus, they have the money to provide reparations or really whatever they want to do in terms of funding for their students or maybe even the city. So the idea of reparations, and again, given its ties to slavery, and that's not just unique to Colombia, that's also basically any Ivy League you can think of. Harvard.
Or any corporation that profited.
Exactly. And we talked about 2 weeks ago how the Barbados slave trade, basically the work that essentially experimented on with slaves in Barbados essentially became the blueprint of how slavery was done in the original 13 colonies in some way, shape, or form. So, and again, like, I get a lot of you who might feel fair, unfair, but the idea that, to me, Jewish staff like, what's his name? Shai Davidai, or whatever the fuck his name.
Right.
Like, who we've seen clips of him being verbally abusive to students. He more than likely gets to benefit from this. And he, not to say like he needs any more, but he probably would get to benefit something like this over Black students Black people who might have been affected, in terms of how slavery has kind of impacted and in a lot of ways helped grow the university. But you could also make the argument, and I've made this argument, over maybe Palestinian students or basically any student who has been beaten, expelled for standing up for the rights of Palestinians. Like, how fair is that? So, and I get it, it's a touchy subject, but at the same time, for me, it's like, it's not a matter of fairness, it's a matter of moral clarity here, to me, only because if you say that if you're aware, given history, that what you did or what your ancestors did was wrong, then you have the means to be able to rectify that. And as we said, like when it comes to Black people, it's, oh, we'll look at a study, oh, we'll do this, anything to kind of prolong the idea of not giving you reparations. But Colombia, like within a year, was able to say, okay, you know what? In order for them to shut up, let's just give them money just so like they're able to be quiet. So
they aren't the only ones who's gotten reparations on top of that too. We've talked about slave owners got it right after this, they lost their slaves. There's
right.
I mean, countless versions of this from multiple different places, most of them white, So, but yeah. I mean, sure. You have a little more, right? I think
I do. So, as I said, it's probably the next slide. So, come on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to skip this for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the hotspot. So I'll go back to that slide before. So as I said, Savvy and Nico talked about this article, So I do want to highlight what Nico is not going to say really anything new. He give the highlights of what Robert wrote, but I do want to hear what you guys, his opinion on this as well. And then I'm going to bring in something that I don't think either he or Sabi mentioned when they did their segments on this. So why don't you go ahead and play that?
Hey, Columbia, you want to explain this shit, please? Now, as most of you know by now, a bunch of professors and employees from Columbia University started complaining because they didn't feel safe as people were protesting the genocide happening in Gaza. So they were awarded $221 million using the Equal Opportunity Employment Act. Now understand, no professor nor Columbia employee was harmed during these protests. No Columbia employee was threatened or had their jobs taken away from them for opposition to these protests, nor did their employees participate on either side of the conflict that's happening in Gaza right now. But somehow they were just given $221 million. Now on its face, that's extremely problematic because they just got $221 million because the university allowed students and other employees to exercise their First Amendment right. But in the grand scheme, it's even more problematic because Columbia University won't even pay reparations, nor have they considered paying reparations to the Black people that worked for them, despite the fact they were not just a part of slavery. Columbia would not exist without slavery. How do we know this, you might ask? Well, that's because Columbia University told us. In 2014, Columbia University started a project to examine the connections between the university and slavery. Oh, but not just in the context of Columbia on campus or the administration, but the impact Columbia had on its surrounding communities and the racism and discrimination that occurred even after slavery was abolished. And as it turns out, Columbia University basically wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for slavery and the money gained from slavery. They even have faculty, staff, presidents, members of the board of trustees who owned slaves. And their grand master plan for reconciliation is putting a bunch of names on buildings to commemorate the history. So Columbia acknowledged the part that they played in slavery, not only the benefits of slavery that they received, but the part they played in making sure that it was expanded. They acknowledged that they were wrong and they acknowledged that there needed to be reconciliation, but didn't decide to pay out reparations. And when they finally decide to pay out reparations, it's to a bunch of random Jewish employees who had their feelings hurt, and they use the Equal Employment Opportunity Act that was created under the Civil Rights Act because of how Black people were experiencing discrimination. Bruh, are y'all for real right now? And what are y'all gonna argue? Oh, well, those Black people or Black people today that might be working there, going to school there, or living in the community nearby, those people weren't directly affected by the policies back in the day. Well, the Jewish employees who bitched their way to $221 million aren't directly affected at all by the situation in Gaza, and yet they still got paid. And Columbia University and this project that they did actually acknowledges the fact that they did do damage to the community. They did discriminate within that community. They did still continue to treat Columbia as if it was an exclusively white school after slavery was banned, after discrimination was banned. There were direct impacts to Black people, whereas in the case of these Jewish employees, there was no direct impact from Columbia University itself. And they gave them money, and hell, even if you didn't want to give Black people in the area or at your school reparations, Columbia hasn't even tried to financially reconcile the situation by at least giving to the community, trying to open up programs to make it more easier for the Black people who otherwise wouldn't have had a chance in the past to get into the university. Nothing like that. Not even considered it. Once again, it seems like one specific group gets to benefit from laws and policies that were passed because of the way black people were treated, while black people were told once again, wait in line and shut the fuck up. I just find that really, really interesting.
Nico is on another level!
Shout out to Nico from Hotspot for that. I have a couple things I want to say. Like, he mentioned, you know, at minimum, give space to black people who might want to go to the school, you know, or make it easier for them to go to the school. I'm like, fuck that. Like, like that's the bare minimum that Columbia or any university can do at this point. Like, and you know, but again, it's still the idea of, and I remember when I had this conversation with Indy, we did, I think it was last year, we talked about the seemingly, you know, like connection that Jewish people and black people had in this country, and are we really allies or not? And this is one of the things that I mentioned to him, which he agreed. You know, like, I don't see Jewish people necessarily going to bat for black people to receive reparations, whereas during the Holocaust or post-Holocaust, you know, Jewish people got reparations then. But even now, like, when black people have been calling for reparations since forever, crickets. Like, I don't see Jewish people in particular coming out for us to make that case. Well, this happened to us. Why not reconcile, you know, what happened to black people in the past? And so, you know, so I think, and like I've said this now, well, given the last election, but I've since then, personally, I've kind of feel away now in terms of, you know, being in solidarity or working in advocacy with certain people, or like, or now I'm kind of a little bit more wary of that, because it's been that when the majority group wants their causes to be known or whatever, that I, as a person of color, have to stand for them. But when it comes to issues that directly impact me, it may or may not necessarily be as highly considered compared to their needs. So, but given all of that, I, you know, I know, again, so my kind of beef has been how, and I'm saying this, not all Jewish people, I would say.
Some, I assume.
As a, huh?
No, it's just the Trump quote. Continue. People will get it. They'll remember.
Yeah, but so I'm not saying this for all Jewish people, but I would definitely say as a group, do not seem to highlight the issue. Like you claim, Jewish people claim, like, oh, us and black people gone through similar things, so we need to stick together. But yet, I think more in recent history, like,
we were slaves too.
Exactly. But I don't see them necessarily going to bat for us in a way that, you know, black people, especially like black Americans, have gone to, in this country, have gone to bat for them, especially given in the 60s and due to the civil rights movement, you know. So that's kind of like one of my issues currently. But my bigger issue is with, and you probably know where I'm going with it. My bigger issue is with the FBA and the ADOS communities who scream all the time, cut the check, give us our reparations. And yet, and I checked last week, I think it was last week I checked before I went on before I went away over the weekend. As of now, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone in the chat, I checked Yvette Carnett-Brown, who's the leader of ADOS, and Tariq Nasheed's Twitter, who is the leader of the FBA movements. Check their Twitters. I think the most Yvette did was repost the article that I just read. As far as I know, didn't say shit, hasn't had a statement, hasn't said a word regarding this. Tariq, not a damn thing. Hence, this tweet that I posted to both of them, like, I think it was last week. So if you want to pull that up.
Working on it.
So I tweeted at them. So Colombia is able to pay out reparations to Jewish staff, but not to Black Americans. ADOS FBA, where you at? Why y'all making a big stink about this? Tariq and Yvette, care to comment besides a retweet? Haven't heard a damn thing. Haven't heard a damn thing from either.
Congratulations on being the world's biggest bitch.
Haven't heard a damn thing about this from Yvette. Haven't heard a damn thing about this from Tariq. Haven't heard a damn thing about this from any of their followers, quote unquote. So, and funny enough, I shared this with Dwayne, who we had on. I sent him a DM about this. I believe it was last week, and we talked about this with him last week. And he was like, "This is why the FBA and ADOS communities are not serious, because they use the aesthetic of oppression and reparations to gather whatever movement they're able to get. But in terms of actually fighting for this shit, they don't. So they talk about reparations all the time, but yet they're going to have an issue with immigrants right now coming in. But the very thing that they make the biggest stink about, you would think that a story like this should have them up in arms, but nope. Like, hadn't heard a damn thing from either one of them. And, you know, I know that Sabby kind of said, because I did see what she had to say about this, and she mentioned how, you know, Black people, like, there's definitely like, I don't want to say it's fake, but it's definitely like online beef, like that I see a lot of FBA ADOS people like make fun of Black immigrants or talk down about them, like me, in terms of, you know, like, oh, you're a tether and all this kind of bullshit, you know. But again, I'm not the problem. Like, something like this, in terms of the corporations and all these schools that have benefited off your backs. Capitalism. Exactly. Those are the people that you should be fighting. But instead, you're choosing to punch down across the way from people who look like you, who've gone through similar shit. But something like this that you should make a big stink about, there has been nothing about it. So in a lot of ways, I wanted to do this segment as on record in terms of like saying, look, I, as a Black immigrant, talked about this. And my issue is why, and I'm making the big stink about it. Like, why aren't you all who have a bigger claim in terms of you calling yourself a Black American, that you're indigenous to this land and all this kind of stuff, that this is what is owed to you, but yet you don't talk about it. You don't make a big stink about it. You don't advocate for stuff like this. I am, or trying to, within the platform that I have. And so, you know, so it just goes like when I was in London hanging out with my dad, you know this because I say this to you all the time. Like, my dad's always like, what is wrong with us? What is wrong with us Black people? But I get his sentiment with stuff like this.
Yeah,
it's
but
like
he had a much cooler accent than you do, so you know it probably sounded much better.
Yes. But yeah. So there. So you brought me a story. I think I'll talk about next week. Just more of the how universities, like the big ones, are kind of aligning with
this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not with this, but just in terms of the partnerships that they have with Israel and like those implications, between, which I think kind of add to the conversation. So I think I'll definitely bring that next week. Because I do think it kind of relates to this, and probably why, Colombia was willing to do this, but not necessarily. And again, count Black Americans out of the equation. I think just any other oppressed group may not necessarily get the amount of attention that Zionists get, I would argue. So I think we'll definitely get into that next week. But I want to once again shout out to Robert Inlakesh for his reporting on this, especially since he's in the UK, so like, but he didn't have to do this at all. So the idea that he was able to bring a very, I wouldn't say American issue, but like something that has been kind of key in American society, especially given American university society, he didn't have to do this at all. But the fact that he was willing to, and doing the investigative work to do this, huge props to him for that. And as I said, go follow him on Twitter. I think his Twitter is Palestine 47, if I remember.
I think so. Article linked in the description, most likely, so you should be able to follow it. And
so because like we said, he's been heavily suppressed and censored on YouTube and social media in general. Just giving his reporting, he's been very active in terms of what's happening in Israel. We've reported on many of his stories and commented on them.
Robert, feel free to come on. Well, happy to ask you some questions, dog. Might have to do it on Rumble, but we'll handle business. So
but stories like these are harder to monetize. So if you would like to support us on the show, if you have a smartphone, everyone does. Like, if I say if, like all of you basically do. With your smartphone, you can scan the QR code you see on your screen, or you could type in the Ko-fi link that you see at the bottom of your screen. Or if you just totally forget either one of those options, if you're in the YouTube chat, type in !donate, all one word. The link will pop up. The Ko-fi link will pop up, and you can donate right directly there. You can also donate on Substack, PayPal, and Cash App if you want to support us that way. And as we always say, YouTube suppresses us. And the only way that we can get our network to grow is for you guys. So please do us a favor, like, comment, subscribe to our channel. Do all the things. Thank you. And let us know what you think. Do you think it's fair that Zionist staff got reparations before Black people? And certainly you can also make the argument for Palestinians as well, considering what's happening in Gaza. So let us know what you think. That would be interested to see.
Who are these people?
And thank you, Lord of Court, for the $5.
Yeah.
And guys, help us get to 3K. We hope to get there by the end of the year, if not sooner. So we're definitely on our track to do that. And thanks for watching.
Dope. We did it. To the chats, Boy Wonder. Yeah. Where's it at?
So, you guys like to party?
Adam West.
So in the YouTube chat, so yeah, by the way, like, make sure if we see a comment that we like on YouTube, we'll read it. You don't have to give money, especially we don't have the way to do that here. So if it relates, or it was just a cool comment. We will read it. So that being said, Colorado People's News, reparations or bribes to continue with the abuse-a-thon? I would argue the latter.
Right.
But yep. Let's see. I think there was a couple more I saw. So Sean, the Accord Lord Miller, one of our OGs, said, "My view on reparations, not that my opinion matters, is a debt that is owed. It is what it is. Cut the check, hand the land, whatever those who are wronged want." I would say in general you are correct. I kind of go further with reparations.
Yeah, it's more just monetary. But he said, hey, bro, he said, whatever you want, dog. Take that shit.
True, but here's the thing. Like, I've said this before, and I said this to Dwayne when we talked with him last week. You know, like, the idea of reparations in theory is a good thing. Like, but the question is that I have for Black people in general is, okay, in the event you ever get the money or whatever it is, what do you choose to do with it? Like, are you, like, other than pay your bills or whatever, which that will be day one, but how do you plan to invest that money within communities or within the community so that, you know, so that the community itself, and maybe by and large, you know, the country or wherever, would benefit? Like, if you're going to give that money to the corporations anyway, like, that doesn't make sense to me. And my thing is, there are things that you could be doing now to kind of prepare you for if there ever came a day when reparations will be awarded to people. Like, are you trying to invest within the Black community? Are you trying to develop after-school programs within the communities that you're working with? Are you buying Black business? Like, these are the kind of things that we should be talking about to kind of keep our money in-house. Like, a lot of cities, that's like a Chinatown, a little Italy. Why did those neighborhoods came to be? Because one, especially when people emigrated here, they'll emigrate to those communities, you know, obviously given like being around people of like mind, but they were able to invest within that community. Like, I don't know of a city that necessarily has like a little Africa, or like, there might be some cities here and there, or different African countries, like different Black regions here and there, but nothing like really substantial that, you know, that you can kind of think about
that slightly.
What's that?
UK is better about that slightly. Like this much slightly,
but not
that much.
But slightly, but given gentrification, especially in larger cities, and the thing is, that's something my dad talked about. Like when I was growing up. Yeah, but when I was growing up, the street where my dad works on, he mentioned to me that at least when I was growing up, if not before I was born, there were like 15 to 20 Black-owned businesses on his street alone. Now he's the only one that is still in existence. So gentrification, you know, like, I think is playing a huge part, but I think the larger part of it is like, how are you making moves? And I think a lot of it is coming to the West with a more individualistic mindset of, I'm going to go for mine, F everybody else, versus what's good for me is good for the group. Like, if I progress, everyone else progresses. So I think that's kind of where a lot of those issues kind of lie, is that kind of mindset of self versus bringing other people around you up as well. So, but
when
yeah, I think you're right. Like, UK
Terracons,
but
like, you know, call for, and like, I think one bit of it was monetary, reparation. The rest was actual tangibles,
Right.
Right. Which I do find that one thing that you've pointed out to me is this is an international problem. You got the Black Zillions, you got the Caribbeans, you got, the Spanish did their shit. You've got, that slave trade was everywhere. It was whole triangle across the globe.
Right. I think the problem with Black Americans, they feel, not all, but many are just kind of, and again, kind of that isolationist American nationalistic mindset, I would say.
You've got
it's all of our problems just happened here. And it's no, your issues are not unique to you.
Well, that's the American problem. That's the American side of it.
It's not a problem that is unique to America. This is a problem that is unique to the West.
Yeah.
If you think larger, again, we talked about the Barbados Slave Code.
Well,
that wasn't Americans who fought that was the British.
I ain't gonna let the East get out of their shit too. They got their own shit. I know y'all know. Y'all Chinese know. Y'all Koreans know. Y'all Japanese know. Y'all Russians know. Y'all all know. Y'all got your shit too. So
right. So
figure that shit out.
Anyway, I think there were a couple more. And then I think we had an announcement. I think someone said that Adam West passed away.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a while ago. I say a while ago.
What? No.
So it was this year, I think, last couple of months, something like that. So,
let's see. Sean again, bet Shmuley against reparations. Not for him.
I saw he got fucking punched in the face the other day, and I was like, "That's it? That's all he got? You have to fucking peel me off that homeboy." Quit fucking around on these folks. Some consequences to actions need to be had. Some fuck arounds and find out.
Sean again, civil rights gave them, I guess, Jewish people / Israelis, the anti-Semitism cloak.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Kieran Pine, Ivy Leagues US, Cambridge and Oxford UK, fall in line, future's fine. Yep.
Sean again, the tether shite is to me a side. It is. Straight up.
Sure.
It is.
Well, fucking same with the Hispanics asking where the black protesters were. Another divide and conquer psyop. Yeah.
Yep.
Golden Monarch. I have a cavity. I named it Tether. Okay. So Sean asks if that's a smoke effect or if I'm just baller enough to keep it burning. Do this fog machine, bro. Do you know how much I spend in fog machine juice every week? Crazy. All right.
And then Sean, last one, capitalism versus communism.
Yep. Driving me Macy, they opened up an ICE detention center south of where I lived to catch the 4 Hispanics in a 500-mile radius, dashing away dollar banknote. So, yep. Feels bad, man. So, all right. You ready for our next one? I'm ready.
Yes.
Coolio. So, last week, while everyone was distracted by everything, it was the anniversary of the nuclear bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So, I know there's a lot of stuff that schools aren't going to be teaching you about this. So, we're going to be your little teachers today. Come along, class. Today is the history lesson. Okay. We have substitute teacher Alan McLeod from Mint Press in with us this evening, right? And he's going to talk to you about the 80 years of lies you were probably taught and how the U.S. finally admits it knew it didn't need to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You know, the only people to have ever used nuclear bombs on innocent people, us, the U.S., you know? So, you wonder how that happened, Care Bear? Well, as we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bombings, the world is drifting as close to another nuclear confrontation as it has been in decades. With Israeli and American attacks on Iranian nuclear energy sites, India and Pakistan going to war in May, and escalating violence between Russia and Ukraine, the shadow of another nuclear war looms large over daily life. The United States remains the only nation to have dropped an atomic bomb in anger, while the dates of August 6th and August 9th, 1945, are seared into the popular conscience of all Japanese people. Those days hold far less salience in American society. When discussed at all in the U.S., the dark chapter in human history is usually presented as a necessary evil or even a day of liberation, an event that saved hundreds of thousands of lives, prevented the need for an invasion of Japan, and ended the Second World War early. This, however, could not be further from the truth. If they would lie to us, Collin, when would they do that? American generals and the war planners agreed that Japan was on the point of collapse and had for weeks been attempting to negotiate a surrender. Sound familiar? The decision then to incinerate hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians was one taken to project American power across the world and to stymie the rise of the Soviet Union. It always appeared to us that atomic bomb or no atomic bomb, the Japanese were already on the verge of collapse. General Henry Arnold, commanding general of the U.S. Armed Air Forces in 1945, wrote in his 1949 memoirs. How long is that? We went from when was it dropped? 1945?
Yeah.
3 years later, like 4 years later, here's the general of the Army Air Forces, English. He's like, "Oh yeah, no, we knew."
Yeah, that's a confession. Like,
yeah,
that's a confession.
And it's not like
we
this is like some
do it, but we did it anyway because we
modern
can.
guy. So. In hindsight, no, this was like this was in the present, right? I granted past, but at that point it was the present. You know, that shit had just happened. Like, they were still over there in 1949, I guarantee you. Right? Like, who was that? MacArthur was over there still. So Arnold was far from alone in this assessment. Indeed, Fleet Admiral William Leahy, the Navy's highest-ranking officer during World War II, bitterly condemned the United States for its decision and compared his own country to the most savage regimes in world history. As he wrote in 1950, again, 5 years after this, right? It is my opinion that the use of this barbarous weapon at Hiroshima and Nagasaki was of no material assistance in our war against Japan. The Japanese were already defeated and ready to surrender. My own feeling was that in being the first to use it, we had adopted an ethical standard common of the barbarians of the Dark Ages. By 1945, Japan has been militarily and economically exhausted, losing key allies Italy and Germany by May 1945, and facing the immediate prospect of an all-out Soviet invasion of Japan. The country's leaders were frantically pursuing peace negotiations. Their only real condition appeared to be that they wished to keep as a figurehead the emperor, a position that some accounts date back more than 2,600 years. That's all they wanted. Let us have an emperor. That was it. Not even as a figurehead, not even as like UK's got their queen, same thing. That's all they wanted.
Same thing, yeah.
I am convinced former President Herbert Hoover wrote to his successor, Harry S. Truman, "If you, as president, will make a shortwave broadcast to the people of Japan, tell them that they can have their emperor if they surrender, that it will not mean unconditional surrender except for its militarists. You'll get a peace in Japan. You'll have both wars over." Would have been D-Day earlier. Like, not D-Day, V-Day. You know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Many of Truman's closest advisors told him the same thing. "I am absolutely convinced that had we said they could keep the emperor, together with the threat of an atomic bomb, they would have accepted, and we would never have to have dropped it." And John McCloy, Truman's assistant secretary of war. Nevertheless, Truman initially took an absolutist position, refusing to hear any Japanese negotiating caveats. This stance, according to General Douglas MacArthur, commander of Allied forces in the Pacific, actually lengthened the war. The war might have ended weeks earlier, he said, if the United States had agreed, as it later did anyway, to the retention of the institution of the emperor. Truman, however, dropped 2 bombs, then reversed his position on the emperor in order to stop Japanese society from falling apart. At that point in the war, however, the United States was emerging as the sole global superpower and enjoyed an unprecedented position of influence. The dropping of the atomic bomb on Japan underscored this. It was a power play intended to strike fear into the hearts of world leaders, especially in the Soviet Union and China. Hiroshima and Nagasaki drastically curbed the USSR's ambitions in Japan. Stalin's forces had invaded and permanently annexed Sakhalin Island in 1945 and planned to occupy Hokkaido, Japan's second largest island. The more likely prevented the island nation from coming under the Soviet sphere of influence. To this day, Japan remains deeply tied to the U.S. economically, politically, and militarily. There are around 60,000 U.S. troops in Japan, spread across 120 military bases. Many in Truman's admin wished to use the atom bomb against the Soviet Union as well. Truman, however, worried that the destruction of Moscow would lead the Red Army to invade and destroy Western Europe as a response. As such, he decided to wait until the U.S. had enough warheads to completely destroy the USSR and its military in one fell swoop. That's called supremacy, right? That is what our military is still based on. So, war planners estimated this figure to be around 400. To that end, Truman ordered the immediate ramping up of production. Such a strike, we now know, would have caused a nuclear winter that would have permanently ended all organized life on Earth. Thoughts so far?
Yeah, McLeod basically said it. You know, it was a power play for us, the U.S., to essentially blow up Japan. Because ever since, but thinking about this now, you know, like even within the culture of Japan now, like again, we're both. I think you're more of an anime fan than me, I would argue. But
I don't know. You be going a little deeper sometimes. Just depends on the anime. You know,
I think it just definitely depends. But even with the idea of, you know, a lot of anime, or even just within the language itself, there's some mostly English influence. Like, granted, you can also argue like Western language, Western world. You know, like they bring a lot of loan words into, you know, the Japanese language, but mostly English.
Yeah.
So, you know, right. So, but yeah, but it's kind of, so you can kind of see that it's more in terms of the effect that the US had, even now, kind of in a subtle way, of Japan's culture in that regard. You know, it's kind of, it wouldn't necessarily be obvious unless you know about this, but I don't think people necessarily make that connection that it was due to this that has led Japan to be I wouldn't say sympathetic, but a little bit more culturally resonant to what's happening in the West, and then having their, like art and like a lot of their, language respond accordingly. Like, there should be really no reason, honestly, for an Asian country, and I don't necessarily see this in any Asian country, like where there's a lot of Western influence.
There's
Like,
a couple.
again, going to anime, they're talking about shit, or some aesthetics are very, like, even like the anime characters, yes, they might be Japanese, but they have many of them have a very European feel to them.
For sure.
So, so even with stuff like that,
it's Japanese beauty aesthetics and all that stuff too. On top of that, got shifted and
right. But that's all Western aesthetics. Like,
plus, I mean, if you watch any of the Miyazakis and any of the, Godzilla, the influence that bombing had on those people was massive, like, so, but, I thought you might find this part interesting, Care Bear. So this is from Joe Loria, who writes Atomic Bombings at 80, How U.S. Spies Secured the Hiroshima Uranium. Have you heard about this? Have you heard about how this happened?
No.
Right? Well, we need the uranium, right? So we're going to have to go to a place to get it. Since the first use of a nuclear weapon in Hiroshima 80 years ago, on August 6, 1945, the story of where the uranium for the bomb came from and the covert operations the U.S. employed to secure it was little known. That was until the 2016 publication of the book Spies in the Congo by British researcher Susan Williams, right, which unveiled for the first time the detailed story of the deep cover race between the Americans and the Nazis to get their hands on the deadliest metal on Earth. The outset of World War II, when the U.S. launched the extraordinarily secret Manhattan Project, mines in North America and most of the rest of the world yielded ore with less than 1% uranium, considered inadequate to build the first atom bombs. There was a mine in the world where, through freak of nature, the ore yielded up to 65% uranium. Right? Shinkolobwe? I think that's how you say that, right?
Sure.
Shinkolobwe? Whatever. My Western tongue's difficult. Mine in the present day Republic of Congo. Right? So, another ignored link is the disastrous health effect on Congolese miners who handled the uranium as virtual slaves of the Belgian mining giant Union Miniere, owners of Shinkolobwe, and then in the then Belgian Congo, though it turned out the Nazis had not got very far in their quest for the bomb. Again, because of the lack of their highly enriched uranium, the Americans were unaware of that in 1939 and were fearful Hitler would get a nuclear weapon before they did. They'd have almost certainly affected the outcome of the war. As early as that year, Albert Einstein, wrote President Franklin Roosevelt to indirectly advise him to keep the Nazis away from the Shinkolobwe and secure the uranium there for the United States.
I mean,
y'all learn that shit in
our
class?
Hands, it's just as bad. So, like, pick your poison. I get why, but but at the same time, it's like we wouldn't have done much better, and we didn't.
What faith did Einstein practice again?
I guess he must have thought the U.S. government a lot more highly than I think now in retrospect.
Yeah.
He probably should have. So
anyway.
So in a way, do we have to blame Einstein for the bomb?
Well, see, here's the thing that history's tried to kind of whitewash him in a way as like being anti-nukes.
Or, yeah.
Well, anti-nuclear war, and like, in reality, he was here advising the president to make sure the Nazis don't have it. We gotta have it. So let's exploit the Africans to do so. Right?
Right.
So Williams' meticulously researched and masterfully written book tells the intricate tale of a special unit of the U.S. Office of Strategic Services, the OSS. What did that become, Collin? What did the OSS end up turning into?
FBI?
The CIA, but you're close.
Okay.
That was set up to purchase and secretly remove all the uranium from Shikolobwe that the U.S. could get its hands on. Right? So not just like, hey, we need some for us for this like thing.
All of it.
We need all that shit. Give us all of it. So the OSS agents used a number of covers. Get this. They appeared as ornithologists, naturalists collecting live gorillas, silk importers, and posing as an executive for the Texaco Oil Company, such as Agent Linear Violet did. This became an issue after Texaco's president, Torkild Rabier, was forced to resign in 1940 after being exposed as an oil smuggler to the Nazis and hiring Germans who turned out to be spies using Texaco's internal communications to transmit intelligence information to Berlin. So, how many of those Texaco's employees still around in the administrations, huh? How many of those?
Yeah.
You know, Williams also tells us that the American spies had difficulties operating in French Congo and other colonies under General Charles de Gaulle's Free French control because the U.S. recognized the Vichy government until the Normandy invasion. Okay? So, yeah. The decision to destroy Russia was met with stiff opposition among the American scientific community. It is now widely believed that Manhattan Project scientists, including Oppenheimer himself, passed nuclear secrets to Moscow in an effort to speed up their nuclear project and develop a deterrent to halt the doomsday scenario. This part of history, however, was left out of the 2023 biopic movie. I wonder why. By 1949, the USSR was able to produce a credible nuclear deterrent before the US had produced sufficient quantities for an all-out attack, thus ending the threat and bringing the world into the era of mutually assured destruction. That was 1949. It was 4 years after we bombed. Right? So, definitely got some help. Certainly prior to the 31st of December, and in all probability, prior to November, Japan would have surrendered even if the atomic bombs had not been dropped, even if Russia had not entered the war, and even if no invasion had been planned or contemplated, including a 1946 report from the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey. That was in 1946, a year after. Right? So, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Allied Commander in Europe and future president, was of the same opinion, stating that Japan was already defeated, dropping the bomb was completely unnecessary, it was no longer mandatory as a measure to save American lives. It was my belief that Japan was, at this very moment, seeking a way to surrender with a minimum loss of face. Nevertheless, both Truman and Eisenhower publicly toyed with the idea of using nukes against China to stop the rise of communism and to defend their client regime in Taiwan. China. Yeah, we're going to be doing that again soon. So It is only the development of a Chinese warhead in 1964 that led to the end of the danger, and ultimately the détente era of good relations between the two powers that lasted until President Obama's pivot to Asia. Ultimately, then, the people of Japan were the collateral damage in a giant U.S. attempt to project its power worldwide. As Brigadier General Kerr Clark, head of U.S. intelligence on Japan, wrote, "When we didn't need to do it, and we knew we didn't need to do it, and then they knew that we knew we didn't need to do it, we used them, Japanese citizens, as an experiment for 2 atomic bombs." The danger of nuclear weapons is far from over. Today, Israel and the United States, two nations with atomic weaponry, attack Iranian nuclear facilities. Yet, their continued hyper-aggressive actions against their foes only suggest to other countries that unless they too possess weapons of mass destruction, they will not be safe. North Korea, a country with a conventional and nuclear deterrent, faces no such airstrikes from the U.S. or its allies. These actions, therefore, will likely result in more nations pursuing nuclear ambitions. Earlier this year, India and Pakistan, two more nuclear-armed states, came into open conflict thanks to disputes over terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. Many influential individuals on both sides of the border were demanding their respective side launch their nukes. A decision that could also spell the end of organized human life. Thankfully, cooler heads prevailed. So, I wanted to touch back, they spoke about this, like, blackmail thing, right? That, we use this as a power play, right? So,
right.
You heard them talk about the Israeli-Iran thing, right? We remember that. We covered that, I do believe. So,
yep.
This is from Mondo Weiss, how U.S. imperialism blackmails the world with nuclear weapons. And since the U.S. dropped a bomb, imperialism has driven nuclear proliferation worldwide. Current nuclear flashpoints, such as Iran, show the U.S. continues to use blackmail to reinforce its dominance, right? So, again, current nuclear weapon flashpoints reflect broader U.S. military strategy and its fight to be the sole hegemonic imperialist power. The three fronts, Eastern Europe against Russia, the U.S.-Israel-Gulf-Turkish alliance against Iran, and an iron web of alliances in the Pacific, including the Australia, UK, US, Japan, South Korea, Japan, Philippines, and Japan, Australia, India, US quad against China and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, are all marked by the threat of nuclear weapons. The US uses nuclear blackmail against its rivals in the region, painting them as authoritarian dictatorships or terrorists, while it blatantly drags the people who would be affected by a nuclear catastrophe into wars they never asked for. The U.S. aggression will only breed more anti-imperialist sentiment by the people in the region, uniting against U.S. nuclear threats, if that's possible. The U.S. brought nuclear weapons into the world, then made the decision to arm its allies and attempt to use them to impose its will wherever it pleased. Think of where Israel got theirs. The history of nuclear weapons from Hiroshima and Nagasaki to the current three fronts of U.S.-led war exposes the fundamental contradiction of nuclear warfare. While imperialist powers use atomic weapons to threaten and dominate, anti-imperialist states have developed them to prevent further war on the people. Thousands have engaged in advocacy efforts to reduce the U.S. nuclear triad to demand cleanup and compensate for damages, and to block the U.S. $1.7 trillion nuclear modernization program. Even though the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nukes have accumulated 94 signatory states, including Iran, right, since it's entered into force in 2021, making nuclear weapons illegally internationally. The U.S. had no vision in sight towards dismantling its arsenal or joining the treaty. The U.S.-led war machine has been at the head of the imperialist system for decades, therefore being the main perpetrator and provocateur of nuclear proliferation. We must understand the U.S. refuses to give up its arsenal, and instead it's plowing headfirst into a potential nuclear catastrophe as a result of its imperialist agenda.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Since World War II, U.S. imperialism has leveraged its military sector to simulate economic growth, a strategy that has consistently led to economic resource dislocation and periodic systemic crisis. The U.S. military-industrial complex thus serves to extend and sustain the capitalist business cycle, particularly during periods of monopoly capitalist crisis. Sound familiar? Like now?
Yep.
Consequently, global conflicts often stem directly from the immense profitability of U.S. weapons production. The current expansion of the war machine on multiple fronts exemplifies the accumulation of waste, plundering of land, resources, and nature, alongside devastation and weakening of human lives. This global war economy allows U.S. imperialism to dispossess and displace populations, swelling the global reserve army of labor, suppressing wages, and physically debilitating working people. The US-led war machine has been at the head of the imperialist system for decades. Therefore, being the main perpetrator, the solution is not to impose disarmament or opposed nations, but the complete dismantling of the imperialist war machine and its nuclear terror apparatus, which must start with the US, because the US will never voluntarily give up its biggest guns. True peace can only come through the total defeat of the US imperialism and its junior partners, a victory that will require global solidarity and relentless struggle for just peace. Any questions? We picking up what we're putting
US
down?
sucks.
Yep. Yes, sir.
But it's interesting how I think given this, yes, Japan obviously is, victims given that, but also the Congolese as well.
Yeah.
Which wasn't really mentioned at all. That's kind of the thing that I noticed, especially with what I think Joe wrote.
Yeah.
Yes, obviously, and I think, but again, everything kind of comes back to Africa in terms of the resources. I think you told me I was interested. Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's still the idea of and this is what gets me mad about people saying that Africa ain't worth shit. Well, if Africa ain't worth shit, why is it that the West still wants to?
Right.
Why is it that the West still wants to claim Africa as their own?
Capitalism.
Because there's still shit that is worth having. The very fact that we have smartphones now, the materials were originally gotten from Africa.
Yep.
It's just maybe that they were probably assembled in other countries. But, but that's the thing that I think we should be aware of. And I think honestly, this is just, I think, a reminder for us, how significant Africa is and how we need to really, in a lot of ways, protect it. Because if the materials that we're able to accumulate from Africa, if those happen to be gone,
the vibranium, right,
what will happen to the rest of the world?
Yeah,
and the implications of that. So I don't think we think about that enough, if at all. And but given how the uranium that we use to bomb the Japanese was
African
exploited from talk about hidden history. Sure, most of our audience, anyone who's watching, did not know that. I did not know that too.
Neither did I was like, oh shit. It's better bring this.
I think again, this is why I think we need to do a better job of teaching world history in general. But then again, even in world history, they're not going to this shit.
No.
But not in this extent. But
my history teachers it taught me something I found very important then. I still do. They were like, my main job is to teach you how to learn history. Because I physically cannot teach you all of it.
Right.
You're going to have to be the one to be able to figure that out.
Right.
But
it also makes me think.
Our enemies are all those in league with imperialism. The bureaucrats.
I was very fortunate.
The reactionary section of the intelligentsia attached to them.
I was very fortunate that I went to a private school where I had world history, like my friend. But it makes me wonder why world history is not necessarily taught more, in comparison, when you're in high school, the emphasis is U.S. history. You have 2 years at that, I believe at least 2. Why is that more of a precedent over like world history to see how things are more connected globally versus just the concentration of, like what's happening in this country. I understand it, but we have to also understand how interconnected the decisions that we make in the US kind of stem from, other countries as well. And how that kind of ties in to, like, even currently, given what's happening in Israel, is affecting us here, we've seen it affecting us in Africa, has been an effect, obviously in the Middle East, and how, Netanyahu wants to expand the Greater Israel Project. Like, we need to understand all of those connections.
Well, especially if you're gonna you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it.
Right. So it just makes me wonder if, I'm sure a lot of it is intentional, but like, but how effective, and you're right. That being said, you're right. There's so much of history that we don't know.
Yeah.
And that we're not necessarily taught how to do history well. It's more or less learn these facts, repeat them, and call it a day. It's not the idea of how did this happen? Why did this come to be? How does this connect to other places? Like, those are the things that we're not necessarily
the concepts and the big pictures and all that. You know?
So, and I think if we did a better job in teaching our students that, we'll be a lot better off. But obviously, I think that's by design.
Yeah.
Because people do not want to know, or like they, just all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Which is why I think, especially in independent media, especially in the way that we kind of do things here on this show, I think have real value. Because at least for like generally, like, within the algorithm, these are not going to do well. But we call these evergreen segments for a reason, because they stand the test of time. And like, we want to be able to have something that people can refer back to.
Yeah.
Even if like they might forget about us, but not necessarily within the content. Like, that's gonna hold forever. Well, at least as long as YouTube exists. So, but no, it's interesting, but
which I linked, by the way, I linked those articles down in the description below. I only took like snippets of them. They are actually larger reads with more information. So if you're interested in finding out that, the blackmail one especially is good. And, you might want to go.
We should try and have Susan, I think it's Susan Williams. But we should try and get, because again, like, that is.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Like,
so
never heard of that before. But it could be worth talking to her and figure out, like, how did she come to that?
Right.
It's like, like,
so,
because
meanwhile, back in the present, over in Ukraine, where NATO forces are urging President Zelensky to up the ante, earlier this month, Trump himself reportedly encouraged the Ukrainian leader to use his Western-made weapons to strike Moscow. And remember, recently, he was like, well, if Putin doesn't come to an agreement, scary things are going to happen. It's like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it is precisely actions such as this that has led the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists to move their famous doomsday clock to 89 seconds to midnight. I'm surprised it's that far out, the closest the world has ever been to catastrophe. So the war in Ukraine, now in its third year, looms over the world. The conflict could become nuclear at any moment because of a rash decision or thorough accident or miscalculation. They wrote in their explanation, adding that conflicts in Asia could spiral out of control into a wider war at any point, and that nuclear powers are updating and expanding their arsenals. The Pentagon, too, is recruiting Elon Musk to help it build what it calls an American Iron Dome. While this move is couched in defensive language, such a system, if successful, would grant the U.S. ability to launch nukes attacks anywhere in the world without having to worry about the consequences of a similar response. Right? Literally the plot to Dr. Strangelove, right?
Right.
AI nuclear defense, right, means that they full send. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's that. Thus, as we look back at the horrors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki 80 years ago, we must understand that not only were they entirely avoidable, but that we are now closer to a catastrophic nuclear confrontation than many people realize. And especially when you don't even need nukes to do the level of destruction that Hiroshima and Nagasaki saw, which Palestine has now saw like 20-fold. So, you know, tough stuff. But anyway, any closing thoughts before we get out of here?
Nah, I think I said them already.
Yeah. Well, talking about this kind of history is probably why we're demonetized. So you can scan that QR code on your screen or go to this URL right here. Links are always in the description below. If you want to give us a few dollary dues, we appreciate it. But if not, just do all the algorithm stuff you already know how to do. Like, subscribe, share, leave a comment. Let us know what you think. What's your take on this, you know, commemoration? Otherwise, thanks for watching. Cool. Well, what does the chat have to say?
Let's see.
Vicky said she just watched Strangelove for like the 30th time. Still holds up. Yep, pretty good. KYE said
Sean
that's it. I love the history shows lately. So we do
Sean
pretty well with that.
It sickens me that people that are like, well, we built it, so we have to try it. So also, Sean, I hate the West so much. Sadistic sociopaths.
I should have brought up the downwinders too, as like people affected by this.
In the chat, V-Day was May 1945, so only Japan was left fighting.
Yeah.
The president was FDR, not Hoover.
Mm-hmm.
Truman succeeded Roosevelt, not Hoover. So,
yeah.
In the reason FDR got elected in 1992.
Golden Monarch, Midway, Pearl Harbor, much of World War II, one massive psyop. Yep, a lot of that. You know, we knew that was coming, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
So, as a lot of our businesses were already making money off Germany at the time, which is what kept us out of the fight. But anything else?
Kieran said, Western history, conform and comply. Yep.
Fucking. Someone said they remember Mega Man. I bet all those Nintendo games definitely influenced by the old nuclear bombs.
Sure.
You ever looked at, speaking of games and nuclear bombs, you ever looked up the lore of the Fallout games? Like, it's actually very interesting. I don't know if you know the Fallout games at all, and they're, you know, post-apocalyptic after the nukes fall, right? You know, they're a RPG based in that thing where it's like it's a separate timeline to ours where nuclear power is like the highest technology, right? Like atom punk. So everything's like retro futurist and stuff, but you know, reading a lot of the stuff is like a lot of the stuff in that game is literally you turn on a computer screen and there's some story about the like business you're in or like how the nukes fell, right? There's a lot of story in the game based off that. So like there's a ton of lore, you know, that's actually really interesting to listen to. And a lot of it's like lot of parallels to now, you know. So, but anyway, like I could see your next story fitting right in, you know. So,
yeah.
But I'm ready whenever you are.
Yeah, hold on, let me. Oop.
There you go.
All right. Okay. So this is probably the big story this week, and given that I live here, I have to talk about it, I suppose. So I'll say this now. This is nothing but a distraction, given, and we'll get more into this later, but Trump feels that DC has high crime, and he is the one that needs to clean it up. So
tough on crime.
So he has deployed the National Guard in an attempt to take on the crime that exists.
Kid State. Oh, sorry, that's the last time.
Sure. So let's go into the local news to see our take, and then we'll talk more about it.
Yes, sir.
Well, tonight, thousands of D.C. residents are worried about their futures as the nation's capital prepares for this influx of federal agents and National Guard troops. Earlier today, some residents held a free D.C. protest to express their anger and frustration. The demonstrations at DuPont Circle lasted well into the evening. News 4's Walter Morris was there, and he joins us live. So, Walter, I'm just curious, what did residents have to tell you?
Well, Sean, there were dozens out here and many in the crowd saying they disagree with the president's messaging, telling me they feel safe, they feel like crime is going down. However, tonight, not everyone feels that way.
Dozens of D.C. residents and activists hitting the streets with a clear message for the commander-in-chief.
Crime is down. That's a lie that they're concerned about crime. They're distracting us.
This demonstration starting in DuPont Circle Monday evening.
Stand up, America! I'm really terrified.
Many, like Marissa Pinot, coming to voice their concerns about the president's plan to federalize the city's police department and activate hundreds of National Guard troops in the district.
I'm worried that this city is first, and New York and San Francisco and Los Angeles and Chicago are next.
We don't need the National Guard on our street. Statistics show that crime has been going down.
This demonstration in March coming hours after this Free DC rally in front of the White House, while some lifelong Washingtonians say they're in favor of the federal takeover.
I'm happy that Trump is going to have this have his department take over the police department. I think it's needed. I think we will have some results.
Leroy Thorpe founded the group Citizen Organized Patrol Efforts, hitting the streets of Chinatown in red hats with their violence prevention efforts.
And I think Donald Trump really wants to clean it up, and I'm all for it.
DC Council saying in a statement, this is a manufactured intrusion on local authority. Violent crime in the district is at the lowest rates we've seen in 30 years. Our local police department is the best in the country, and it is our police officers who should be leading the efforts to keep our community safe, not the National Guard.
You know, this namby-pamby response that, oh, crime is down. No, it isn't down for the people who are victimized by crime.
Monday, U.S. Attorney for D.C., Janine Pirro, pushing back on claims that crime is getting better in the
smaller
district.
Shoulder pads.
Last year, we had, or the year before, we had the fourth highest murder rate in the country.
What is that? Dude,
Why
you got a fucking coat hanger stuck in there?
Of the fact that crime has gone down. Gone down for what? Gone down for when? Crime is way too high in the district.
While longtime residents like Daniel Brewer say there's no need for the feds here in his neighborhood.
Not at all. I feel like crime's gotten better over the last few years since pandemic.
I'm back out here live and prepare to see more protests like those. Organizers say they're now working on planning weekly demonstrations. Reporting live in the district, Walter Morris, News 4.
All right, Walter, thank you.
Here's my quick take on this before we continue. Reef, I'm going to ask you, the family.
What? Say again?
Crime is...
Yes?
There's a crime is usually a correlation to what?
I'm gonna guess that.
Or anyone in the chat, huh?
You know, it's we're gonna talk about class. We're gonna talk about race. We're gonna talk about both. We're gonna talk about homeless. We're gonna talk about the unhoused. We're gonna talk about people who need to eat. We're gonna talk about
So that's all under the umbrella of what?
Capitalisms.
Capitalism.
You know?
Sure.
Fascism.
Sure.
What am I
You're
missing?
thinking too much. Like,
what am I missing?
Think homelessness.
Sure.
Think homelessness. Like,
yes.
And that's tied to what?
The money class. P.
Edgar's got it.
Poverty. Sure. Right.
There you go. So
yeah.
So right. So crime is tied to poverty. So if Trump really wanted to solve crime, like, you know, I don't know, maybe ensure that the homeless are housed, or, you know, and I'm just saying that in general, maybe offer people health care, maybe, I don't know, paying people more, given that now, due to its tariffs, things are going to cost more. You know, but no, he's not. Look, I made this argument. Like, if Trump was really that concerned about the Epstein files, do something nice. Like, give us universal health care. I'll look the other way. Like, like, do something nice to the people, and people will forget that shit within minutes, you know? But, but in all seriousness, like, it's funny, but I say that because this is the same issue with Democrats as well, and they claim to be better. Like, they never think about the core issue of the problem that they allegedly try to fix. It's always, oh, we're going to either show you your my brute strength in the case of to deal with the problem, or in the case of Democrats, oh, we're going to solve this problem, but for a small percentage of the population, and because that's all we can do. You know, so, but again, I think it's just kind of funny that Trump is just thinking like, in order to solve more crime, in order to solve crime, we need more armed forces.
Yeah.
Which
doesn't DC have like the fucking highest paid police department like ever? Like, the most security ever? You know?
Right.
How that if that was the case, would that not solve crime? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. So yes, DC has the largest number of police per capita,
right,
in the country. So, and so really by that statistic, you know, and we've talked about this, there really shouldn't be any crime in the city at all, honestly. Like, but it's almost kind of like the very definition of insanity. Like, you're going to solve the problem by more armed forces versus trying to deal with the actual problem of crime, if you're really concerned. Now, I say this because this is not just limited to Trump, because it's very easy to look at Trump and be like, oh, Trump is being a fascist or whatever. Didn't Biden give more money to the police state, essentially? Like, so really what Trump is doing right now is basically gifted to him. Sorry, like, I'm going to call this out. Like, Biden kind of set the stage for what Trump is doing right now, because Democrats were so afraid of defunding the police, or that phrase of defunding the police, which it wasn't exactly what it was meant. It was like, stop funding the police more and let's allocate that money to better resources that do not necessarily need the police. But it's always like every single time you need a cops or thing, and the cops are not necessarily trained to deal with most of the issues are argued that people call them for.
But we don't have time for rational solutions.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so just having to say all of that, let's get into it. So this is from, well, it was posted in antiwar.com, but the original was in the Libertarian Institute. But it's written by a friend of the show. We should have him on again. So we've talked to him, but it's been a while on INN. But we should have him on at some point. But this is written by Kyle Anzalone, who writes, "This is liberate." So yeah, Trump called what he's doing now Liberation Day, whatever. Trump announces National Guard deployment in the District of Columbia. So Kyle writes, President Donald Trump announced that he would federalize the DC police and deploy the National Guard to the nation's capital to address crime in the city. In a press conference, Trump said DC was unsafe, dirty, and disgusting, adding, "This is Liberation Day in DC, and we're going to take our capital back. I'm officially invoking the District of Columbia Home Rule Act and placing the DC Metropolitan Police under federal control," he continued. The law, Home Rule, allows the president to federalize the DC police force for 30 days. To extend the action, he will need approval from Congress, which that worries me.
They're gonna give it to him, probably.
Oh yeah, especially given it's Republican controlled. So I'll talk more about this in a second. In terms of fighting against this. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help restore law, order, and public safety, he added. The White House is planning to deploy 800 members of the National Guard to the Capitol. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said residents of DC would soon see the National Guard in the Capitol. You'll see them flowing into the streets of Washington in the coming week, Hegseth explained. At your direction as well, sir. There are other units we are preparing to bring in, other National Guard units, other specialized units. They will be strong, they will be tough, and they will stand with their law enforcement partners.
Fucking okay.
Trump planned to take similar steps in other major cities, but voiced hopes that some of them would self-clean up. If we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster, the president said. So he also said this, that includes Baltimore and LA, and I said this, and I know a lot of people had this connection too. It's funny how he's going after the cities that are democratically run, and run, at least for right now, with black mayors.
Right, like,
so kind of a slight dog whistle.
Yeah. Like, what about Miami, Orlando, Tallahassee, like, you know, Louisiana? Like, there's plenty of places,
Texas,
dog.
Any Texas City,
Mississippi, you know, like, you name it.
Right. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser called Trump's actions unsettling and unprecedented. So I know you especially hate mainstream media.
Yeah,
but
get it out of here. Gross.
Had to pull this from Newsweek just to give a little bit more regarding Bowser's reaction to Trump deploying the National Guard. So she called President Trump's move to federalize the nation's capital unsettling on President Monday. I can't say that given some of the rhetoric of the past, we are totally surprised, she added. The move represents one of the most aggressive uses of federal authority over local law enforcement in recent memory and raised questions on the balance between local control and federal emergency powers in the District of Columbia. We're going to get to that because that's key in determining how to fight back. Trump cited the District of Columbia's Home Rule Act in the enabling of federal control for a limited period. At the Monday news gathering, Bowser called the nation's capital a beautiful city, magnificent city, later adding, limited home rule gives the federal government the ability to intrude on our autonomy in many ways. The mayor said she believes Trump's view of DC was shaped during his first term in office, during and post-COVID, knowing the spike in crime during that period. Makes sense.
Yeah.
On Truth Social Monday, Trump again discussed the capital. Washington, D.C. will be liberated today. Crime, savagery, filth, and scum will disappear. I will make our capital great again. The days of ruthless killing or hurting innocent people are over. I quickly fixed the border, 0 illegals in the last 3 months.
Bullshit.
Okay. DC is next. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President JDT. Columbia University professor Robert Y. Shapiro told Newsweek, this is another effort to soak up media attention and to distract everyone from the Epstein scandal, the effects of tariffs on inflation, the ICE's buggish behavior, and anything else that reflects badly on the Trump administration. It is action in an issue area,
Ukraine.
That is a good one for the Republicans compared to the Democrats, so it has potential appeal. But it's not based on rampant crime, but a couple of recent visible outrageous incidents. It would seem not to have a lot of risk since the country is used to Trump emphasizing misinformation in justifying his actions, but his use of the military raises further the threat of Trump's authoritarian impulses and questions about his mental stability. So I actually want to go back a second to bring up is it here? I think it's the next one. So what I do want to talk about very quickly is, so Trump is able to federalize the police for 30 days. But the argument that people are making is, does this constitute as what he's doing now, a federal emergency? So if Bowser wanted to, she could fight Trump in court for this over, well, because he's very vague. He's basically saying crime is high, but what does that mean? So what statistics are you using that crime is up? Now, I want to give some, because you're not going to, because you're hearing this, DC's crime is down. Yes, but it's still high. Per capita, like DC's crime is high. However, it has gone down within the last 2 years.
Yeah, you also just have more capita. If you take the surrounding rural area and like add it up, you know, like that's one of the crime statistic things I was reading at some point, where it's like, you know, they talk about cities having this, like, you know, the crime is super high. Yeah, but that's because they have a lot of fucking people there. Like,
right.
You know, it's a concentrated area of people.
Again,
if you take the same amount of capita elsewhere, you know, like...
Right. And given, like, and we talked about this recently in terms of DC Council pulling back on tipping, or at least, you know, passing, you know, giving a living, well, it won't even be living wage, but like raising the wage for service workers. You know, like DC is an expensive city to live in. And given the tariffs, you know, right now, like it's hard. People can't afford shit. So yeah, you're going to see an uptick in crime because people are not doing so well. Like, granted, in DC, our minimum wage is $17 an hour, but you know, cost of living and all the things that you need in order to live, like they're saying the average, like in order for people to live comfortably here, I think they said, like the statistic I found is about $90,000 a year. Like to give some context, and I'll be very, I make more than $90,000 a year. I'm not struggling by any means. Like, I'm able to pay, you know, for bills and like food and all that kind of stuff. So I'm relatively comfortable, I would say, generally. But that's not to say things are necessarily easy for me either. So kind of putting that in context, even though I make I'm at least worth 6 figures. it's not, and I'm a single guy. Like, it's not been all roses for me necessarily. You know, like, that being said, I'm not complaining given my position. Like, I could be in a lot worse situation. But that's adds to my point. There are people who are living here for way less than me that somehow have to be able to figure out how to survive, and how they're going to do that, you know, like, is going to lead to a lot of the crime and a lot of the things that you're seeing in the cities. And plus, on the real, it's a city anyway. There's going to be a little bit more crime than what you would usually see, again, as you were mentioning, areas. But again,
this is going to go after the homeless
like,
and all that shit too.
Right.
You know?
Right. It's going after the aesthetics of poverty or of the issue, but not necessarily getting to the root issue. And again, this is a distraction of, oh, maybe my tariffs are actually shit. Maybe I should do something about that. Or, you know what? This country's federal minimum wage is still shit. Maybe I should do something to them, especially in light of my red state MAGA following that will probably appreciate it more if that got in. They're not talking about that shit. But instead, they want to focus their attention on Black-run cities. Not to say they don't have their issues, but relatively speaking, I believe, in my opinion, are okay for the most part. You know, but take whatever Trump is thinking, take his distraction onto DC, primarily at least right now, versus focusing on his shit that's actually affecting everybody, but not doing anything to change that. But again, it's the idea of like, crime is an issue that Republicans claim to care about a lot. So this is just red meat in the appearance of actually doing something. You know, where he could be doing a lot more, especially for his base economically, that he's not trying to do. So I think it's kind of interesting that this is a tactic that Trump is using, rather than maybe instead of doing that, maybe focusing on the economy and actually trying to improve people's lives, especially for the base that supported you. But fuck them, I guess. But anyway, long digression. But just wanted to mention the two things. So let's watch this CNN clip, because I haven't been that impressed with Bowser's response, honestly, but knowing her makes sense because she's kind of being very careful. Like, I don't think she wants to make too much, but again, she was willing to make this much noise against Trump during George Floyd with painting Black Lives Matter in front of the White House, and she was willing to stand up against him for that. But for stuff like this, which I would argue is a little more economic in scope, she's kind of being very like, like, I kind of have to work with Trump, but like, I would argue in this, especially with this, no, you don't have to. Like, you have to make a stand against him. Appear to be, I don't know, a dick, but I would say for something like this, you have to make a stand. But anyway, let's see the CNN report.
This morning, there are images of President Trump's police takeover rolling out.
Yeah, maybe a little too much on the old speedums.
Out in the nation's capital, FBI and DEA agents, some wearing masks, bulletproof vests, seen patrolling the streets of Washington, D.C.'s Georgetown neighborhood. And that Trump move is coming all really into clearer focus. Just as it is becoming into clearer focus, it's also raising new questions of which city is next. So first to D.C., the National Guard were seen at the Washington Monument. As well, we've also seen law enforcement personnel with the Department of Homeland Security and the U.S. Marshal Service taking part in traffic stops, and U.S. border agents on patrol at D.C.'s Union Station, the major hub for train travel there. All of this part of the president's crime crackdown, he says, in that city, a city he's portrayed, tried to.
These are basically all touristy areas, right, where they're deployed right now, at least.
Makes sense.
Right, as being overrun by criminals, despite, again, the statistics and what the math and numbers say, which is the city has seen a 26% drop in violent crime from this time last year. With hundreds of federal law enforcement now on the streets of D.C., the FBI says 23 arrests were made overnight. And according to the FBI director, FBI agents were involved in nearly half of those arrests. CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House for us this morning, and a very different day it is this morning. What are you hearing today?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Kate, we have now really seen this ramped up presence of federal law enforcement in the streets and really at these high trafficked tourist spots. That is what we're hearing from our conversations with people here at the White House, where they want these federal law enforcement agents to be focused. So you mentioned we saw the National Guard. We actually saw 5 armored personal carriers near the Washington Monument on Tuesday evening. This comes out of the National Guard came in on Tuesday. But then, of course, we showed those images of people in the streets in Georgetown and all of these areas that we know where there's a lot of traffic, not necessarily, though, the areas we know where crime is the highest, places like Anacostia and others. And we've heard some criticism of that approach. So we're going to have to see really how this all continues over the next 30 days, because that is another key question, of course, is how long are we actually going to see this and how effective is this going to be, this entire federal takeover? We know that the president has until mid-September after that point. The White House has said that they are going to reevaluate what this process looks like. And of course, after that as well, he would need congressional approval to move forward. But a key thing that they're going to be analyzing as well throughout that time period, again, is how successful is this? Because the key question is whether or not this is actually going to end up being a model for some of these other cities we know that the president has mentioned, places like Baltimore, where we did hear the governor of Maryland say that he believes that this move is not necessarily, it's dangerous and it could lead to problems, but also cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, all of that's still unclear as we watch how this ends up playing out over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, not mincing words on what he thinks about it, also having served himself. D.C.'s mayor. She has been watched very closely on how this is rolled out. She's in a different position than other mayors are, given D.C.'s status. A lot of talk about how diplomatic and careful she had been in talking about this move by the president and the administration. Seems to be shifting a bit, though.
I think that's exactly right. She's been treading very carefully. She's been very careful with her rhetoric. We've really seen that over the last week. I mean, when the president first announced that he had plans to do some of this, or even just wanting to bring in some federal law enforcement in the first place, it took her 5 days initially before she actually spoke out about it. And then even after he had made this announcement on Monday saying that he was going to be using the D.C. Home Rule Act to really have this takeover with federal agents, she still tried to argue that perhaps, it might be good to see people in the streets, while also noting that this move was unprecedented. But then yesterday, she did change her tone a bit. Listen to what she said.
We all need to do what we can in our space, in our lane, to protect our city and get to the other side of this guy and make sure we elect the Democratic House so that we have a backstop to this authoritarian push.
Pause there.
So you heard her.
So you heard what she said, right? So basically her response or answer is elect more Democrats to take over the House for next year.
Vote harder.
So, right.
Okay.
So that's her response.
They're saying
Go ahead.
backstop to this authoritarian push, which he's arguing that the president has been doing here, and also saying that they need to have a change in Congress to make sure that this could potentially be prevented in the future. All to say, very different language than we've heard in recent days, Kate.
A market shift, that's for sure. All right, Elaine.
Is it?
So
how the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a lot of bitch. Shut up.
Right. So yeah, it's not what she's going to do, not what I just said that she could do in terms of like possibly push Trump to court in terms of, look, you need to, what do you mean by what evidence do you have that you employing the National Guard what constitutes that as an emergency action? Like, I'll be willing to have that fight with Trump, in this case. If it means fighting for the little autonomy that DC has. But it doesn't sound like, and I did see, I didn't pull it up, but I did see on Breaking Points, Crystal interviewed one of our council members who was actually pushing for Bowser to do exactly that. It's the idea of, you should challenge him in terms of, because he's so vague in terms of crime, like, explain yourself. What do you mean? What statistics? What evidence do you have? To kind of make him look like an ass. But it doesn't seem like Bowser wants to have that fight. she's kind of putting it on the people to essentially what she's saying here, basically be like, elect Democrats for midterms so that they can take over the House. So she's leaving it to the people versus what she's able to do, which I think is kind of ridiculous. But then again, very democratic in scope in terms of what they might tell people anyway, in terms of, fuck, if we're going to do anything, you have to do it all and just vote. Vote for, quote unquote, the right people to prevent this from stuff like this from happening, which I'm kind of like, again, that kind of defeats the purpose of why you're there. Like, what are you doing? So, but any thoughts on that, given what she's like, I just thought it was very ridiculous. Like, as you said, vote harder.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Democracy simply doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you brought some clips for us that you found on Twitter.
Yeah.
Let's try and catch this up. Let me zoom in a bit. Oops. Okay, here we go. So this is at Incarceration in Washington, D.C. Police cannot force you to show ID during a casual on interaction unless there is reasonable suspicion of something criminal. Highly militarized rogue broken window shit has taken over the scene.
DC.
So this is a retweet from at Wu-Tang's Kids.
Wu-Tang is for the kids.
Just Trump's DC gazpacho already rolling up on black kids hanging out on their stoop minding their business because this DC takeover was always about harassing black of DC. So,
Stoop kids afraid to leave the stoop.
How y'all doing today? Y'all stay in that trouble? All right, cool. You got your ID on?
Hold on.
No, I live right here. Okay, cool.
It's a cigarette. Did y'all get a call or something right here?
No, so we're doing checks, keeping everybody safe down here, right? Have you heard of the federal surge that Donald Trump's putting out?
No.
Right. You don't follow like Code 3 anything like that people are putting up. All right. So yeah, Trump's got all federal agencies kind of coming together for 7 days and going out, trying to stop the violent crime, all kind of stuff. So we're out here contacting people, talking to them, right? Quality of life offenses, smoking, drinking in public, right? Can't happen outside, right? Most people know that. So we're contacting people, trying to advise them of the law so they learn, right? And then if there's other stuff going on where it turns into, there's multiple agencies of somebody, there's a shooting and things like that. So there's extra hands available, all right? So we're just out here trying to inform people and educate people. It's not like...
Oh, look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about?
I only asked because when you walked up, at the moment you walked up, you only had eggs.
Yeah, well, it smelled like the odor of marijuana, burnt marijuana in the air, right? And you're the only guy that had something lit in your hand, and I didn't flash right, so I didn't realize it was just a cigarette. So that's on me. I appreciate it.
No, get those lights off! Off!
All right, so just know, right?
They're too bright.
Tell your boys, like, yo, everybody's out, from FBI to park police. Right? So do your thing. Let them know. Don't be smoking outside. Don't be drinking outside. Because Donald Trump is tired of it. People coming to visit.
Yeah, smoke inside, drink inside.
You didn't know smoking in public was
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
and Modelo would like to remind you to drink responsibly.
Yeah, so DC, it's recreational use as well, right? But you can legally possess up to 2 ounces. You can gift an ounce to your boy, right? So if you had 2 ounces and he said he needed a zip, you can give him a zip. But you can't smoke outside.
Fucking okay, no one uses that word anymore, bro. No
you
one
can't
uses
smoke
fucking...
outside out your own damn house? What?
Yeah, allegedly.
Mouse does that. League is recreational legal in DC. Yes.
DC, right.
Yes, it's legal. So, but they're basically saying you can't smoke outside. I'm like, it's my damn house. So, yeah, I just think this is all bullshit.
No,
I think this
officer,
is just
I'm not smoking anything. Sorry.
Right,
What?
but I don't like. I feel Trump is doing this mostly again. It is a distraction, But I think this is his way of thinking, oh, if I kind of address crime, quote unquote, which is what Republicans generally is a red hot topic for them, then it will make me look good. I don't think it's going to work, only because, again, people are going to be looking at their pocketbooks within the next few months. And when they see that prices of basic goods are going up, especially right now, we're heading into the holiday season basically right now, you know, because everything is going to start getting ready for Christmas, Hanukkah, and all the things. Once people realize that, oh shit, right, all the shit that I've been buying, which was expensive, will be more expensive within the next year. I don't think this is going to have the effect that Trump thinks it will. Like, I think this might be a thing to talk about for the next few minutes. But if the economy is due to go down the toilet, as it's starting to, and people are saying it's going to take about a year for the full tariffs to go into effect, you know, like, and I saw like online, like people were complaining about Walmart, of all places. Walmart is becoming more expensive. Like, if Walmart is beginning to get more expensive, we're fucked. like, and that's more or less your neck of the woods mostly. Like, well, we have a couple other clips. So I'm not sure where that clip was based, but I guess it was more residential. But like, as we saw in the CNN report, like right now, the National Guard is being deployed basically in the tourist areas, the rich areas. Like, I would think immediately, like, if anything, they will go to the low income area, but it doesn't seem to have happened yet. But we'll see how it plays out within the next few weeks. But this is from at Comrade Ohio, where they tweet, "This is militarized police state security theater brought to you by the bipartisan imperialist state. Wake up." So this is in response to National Guard has departed from the Washington Monument in the National Mall. Gotcha. So just war, National Guards being deployed. I don't think we need to play that because it's just driving. Yeah. Wait, come on.
Here it goes.
Oh, I think I skipped a slide.
Like the same slide over and over. We did that one.
Is this it?
We did that one.
I think it was.
This is the one.
This one. So again, but we kind of saw this in the CNN report, but this is National Guard. This is Georgetown. So again, affluent, old DC, like rich. Gotcha. So this is where, this is on the main street in Georgetown here. So like, so basically you see they're not doing much of anything. They're just
walking around. Who's this guy?
I think just basically like it's just a way to kind of scare people. That's basically what this is. So again, I think it's funny that they're going in the rich areas. That's the only silver lining. You would think that they will be deployed in like, you know, the problematic areas, quote. So, so I guess in a way, that's the only silver lining that there is to that.
But this looks like a fucking montage of like, you know, we're fucking, let's go on a tour of DC, gang. And fucking, okay.
Basically.
Like, fucking, okay, we're gonna walk by this. We should probably listen to what this guy's saying.
Listen to what this guy's saying, yeah.
Is DC-ing.
First one I saw. So my thought is there's not much going on here, so maybe they're practicing. Come on.
And we're over here. We're gonna walk over, and then we're gonna walk over here.
Trump, you're doing this. Yeah, Trump, you're doing this wrong. Like, you're supposed to go in black name. Like,
right. We're just gonna walk over here. Maybe go get a Starbucks. You know. Like, also the quietest I've heard DC ever. Having these guys walk by, like, say some shit. I know y'all want to, you know.
No, they're not going to. Again, these are well-to-do people. They want to. They gotta keep quiet. You know, again, it's like you saw in the other clip, they've gotten more conversation with black kids or black men.
Fuck,
you know? So no, they're not going to say anything to these guys because these guys have the money to sue them if given the opportunity. So, but yeah, so that's it for this. So, yeah, we're done with this. So yeah, again, it's just a major distraction. As I said, he's doing it all wrong, you know. But like I said, it'll be interesting if this 30-day thing gets extended, as I think it will probably will. And going back to, so you remember when, you know, when we talked about how I might have been on furlough due to DC, the Congress cutting our funding,
right?
I feel like that's kind of right. I felt like this was kind of the precedence for what is happening now, because a lot of that funding was partially tied to funding for the police, if anything. So I forgot whether their funding got cut or not, but again, and I know Bowser kind of said that, you know, like, you know, this kind of there is a correlation between what Trump is doing now and then the funding that Congress took away from DC. They took away like $1 billion out of our budget that we now have to kind of scrap together in order to make up the difference now. But yeah, but it's like, Trump, you're doing it wrong. You should be going to Nagasaki,
where
the black people are, not Georgetown, where it's just going to be all white people, or the touristy areas where, generally speaking, there's not going to be any issues. So I think, again, it's just a scare tactic mostly, but as a distraction to what he's doing. But again, as I said, I don't think this is going to have the effect that he thinks it's going to have, especially for like the MAGA base who might be rah-rah-rahing this. But once people's monies get affected, I don't think people are going to care about this.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Speaking of monies,
any last thoughts? Yeah.
No. Well, I mean,
fuck you, Baltimore.
I mean that maybe, you know.
Maybe.
Collin, you know we're demonetized on YouTube? Did you know that?
Yeah. So if you want to give us money, scan the QR code you see on your screen, or go to the Ko-fi link you see at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're in the YouTube chat, type in !donate, all one word. The Ko-fi link will pop up and you can donate there. You can also donate on Substack, PayPal, and Cash App if you prefer that. Those links are in the description below. And as we always say, we appreciate you guys for tuning in and watching our content. And we would like to grow because YouTube hates us due to content that we produce. So if you want to support us, the free way is liking, subscribing, and sharing our content. And let us know what you think in terms of this takeover of Trump. Do you think this will happen in other Democratic-led cities as well? Let us know what you think. Do you think this action that Trump is taking is going to have the effect that I suspect he feels that he's doing something within an issue that is important to Republicans, especially? So do you think this will have a positive effect on base to be like, oh, he's actually taking care of the libs or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah.
Let us know in the comments what you think. And help us get to free K. Maybe, hopefully, we can get that before the end of the year. And thanks for watching.
Oh, right. To the chats. Let's go. This scroll back up. Sean, Accord Lord, DC is a service economy for the most part.
No. I wouldn't say service. I mean, it's the federal government. So
yeah,
so a lot of federal, well, less now, but a lot of federal employees, it's basically people tied to these idiots, that work here. So I would argue, if you're thinking in terms of tourism, sure, but the main industry here is the federal government. Like, it's thousands and thousands of people that work here to keep essentially the country running. And given that Trump has cut a lot of those positions / or like organizations within the last few months, there's not a lot of people. But yeah, if you're talking about in terms of tourism, sure, but that's not the main industry, at least in my opinion, at least.
Vicky Adams, they are currently building a cop training center in Lacey, Washington, very close. A local Catholic college sold them the land. It used to house nuns. Well,
we've talked about this. I think we talked about this last year, how cop cities are popping up, not just in Atlanta, but basically there. And we talked about a cop either being proposed or being built outside of Baltimore, but there are cop cities essentially planned in most states. Again, this happened under the Biden administration. So I keep saying that the Democrats gift the Republicans with the fascism that they're doing now. So they may not necessarily are explicit in that, but they pave the way for what Republicans will do later. So, but yeah, so that doesn't surprise us. And I don't think that was even talked about a lot in independent media, even that, that basically in almost every state, there's at least a cop city being planned or being built or, being talked about being built. So imagine the kind of power, if given Trump, if he makes that a thing. So, that's something we can also kind of wait and see, given what he's doing now. But
SF said you could tell it's CNN because brunette. Yep.
I'm not sure what that means.
Because fucking Fox would have blondes.
Fox blondes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's yeah. Occasionally, you might get a redhead. Once or twice.
Right.
Kieran Pine, what's this? Empire TV said, covering a domestic story. Best shit we've smoked in quite some time. Yes, you're saying.
Max RJ said they're closing over 100 Walmarts. Some of them are 50 miles away from any other group. Yeah, funny enough, I saw, I think a TikTok of a woman basically saying that Walmart is the closest grocery store to her, and the next after that is, I think, 2 hours away.
Yeah,
or an hour and a half away from her. I think she was based in, I want to say Mississippi, but she said the infrastructure is shit. Like, the roads are shit, and you have to drive an hour and a half, 2 hours to get to the next grocery store,
right?
Or get groceries on shitty infrastructure. So, and so again, I don't think what Trump is doing here is going to resonate with his base if they can't get food. So,
yeah.
So, but we'll see. Could be wrong.
Sean, the Accord Lord, just said Wu-Tang and then raised hands. I hope it's these these raised hands.
I think that probably means, yeah.
You know, because it's like, why is there not? There should be a Wu-Tang emoji at this point. I wouldn't put it past them. But Mouse FF said, I say zip. No one says zip anymore, Mouse. No one's getting them in Ziplocs, Broheem. You know, they all come in these fucking stupid ass plastic fucking containers. That's what they fucking come in. You know? Or some foil lined fucking in the shape of SpongeBob nonsense. I don't know. Like, fucking weed packaging's weird as shit, dude. It's fucking weird. Put it in a brown bag. Let me put it in a jar at home, dude. You know? Like, anyway. All right. Let's get to our next one. So, Israel is again forcing me to do another journalist eulogy segment that I really didn't want to, but I think it's required. So, Dave DeCamp over at Anti-War writes, Israeli strike on tent in Gaza kills 5 Al-Jazerra journalists. Among those killed was Anas al-Sharif, a well-known reporter who was the target of an Israeli smear campaign. An Israeli airstrike on Sunday night targeted a tent outside the gates of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City and killed 5 Al-Jazerra journalists, including 28-year-old Anas al-Sharif, a well-known reporter who had a large following on X. Al-Jazerra said the other 4 journalists killed in the bombing were correspondent, and these names, I might just skip a couple, but Muhammad Karika and 3 cameramen, Ibrahim Zahir, Muhammad Nufal, and Momin Aliwa. 2 other people were also killed in the bombing. And just minutes before he was killed, Al-Sharif said in a post on X that Israel was escalating its bombing of Gaza City. Relentless bombardment, he wrote, for 2 hours the Israeli aggression has intensified on Gaza City. So, Israeli forces deliberately targeted and killed these 6 journalists in their tents at the entrance of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza last night, right? And the one I didn't mention was Momin Aliwa, right? So, that was the one they found out later. Right? Ibrahim Zahir had been reporting on Israel's genocide war on Gaza for nearly 2 years. After finishing his shifts as a journalist, he would volunteer as a paramedic alongside medical teams. He was among the journalists Israel assassinated inside a tent in a hospital yard. Right? So that's where they were staying. Here is translating Palestine. Martyr journalist Muhammad al-Khalid once shared the harsh reality of life in Gaza during the genocide. When asked what he had eaten that Friday, he answered nothing. Muhammad, we want you to tell us what you ate today. Nothing. For real, there's nothing. All the shops are closed. The stores are closed. There's no food, no drink, no flour. Country's on fire. Help us. What did you eat today? Nothing. Neither breakfast nor lunch. I found someone selling a loaf of bread. I bought one for 8 shekel. I put a few falafel pieces on it. And that was breakfast. Now all the shops are closed. It's all closed. What is the first thing you want to do when the war ends, Muhammad? Me? Eat shawarma. Is that your dream only? Extra tahini. That's what he wants on his shawarma. And I hope he gets it. Oh. So there's that. DeCamp continues. The Israeli military acknowledged that it deliberately targeted al-Sharif, claiming without evidence that he was a Hamas terrorist who posed as an Al-Jazerra journalist. Last month, the Committee to Protect Journalists issued a warning about the Israeli military smears against Sharif, saying it was likely a precursor to his assassination. We are deeply alarmed by the repeated threats made by Israeli army spokesperson Achivai Adare against Al-Jazerra Gaza correspondent Anas al-Sharif and call on the international community to protect him, said CPJ Regional Director Sarah Kuda. Right? And here's the CPJ, right? statement, Zionism Observer says we had to organize a fucking campaign to get CPJ to even put out this call, had to literally beg. And it only works with famous journalists. CPJ mostly refuses to condemn Israeli incitement against journalists. So that's where they stand. This is from Israel-Palestine News. They continue in October 2024. The Israeli army published the names of Al-Sharif and 5 other journalists who it claimed were Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters. One of those journalists, drop site contributor and Al-Jazerra Mubashir correspondent Hossam Shabbat, was assassinated on March 24th. Another journalist on the hit list was Anas al-Sharif. And we covered Shabbat's passing, murder.
Yep.
Yeah. So Israel has killed 238 journalists in Gaza since the start of the genocide, the Gaza government media office said in a statement on Monday, which there's another number that I'll get to in a bit. The targeting of journalists and media institution is a full-fledged war crime that aims to silence the truth and erase evidence of the genocide, the media office added, asserting that the latest assassination of al-Sharif is a prelude to the Israeli plan to carry out massacres in Gaza City. So
I would say it's a prelude. I say it's the main course.
It's the main, yeah. So here's Greg Stoker. You sent this to me. He says, to be clear, Israel put Anas on a death list with other journalists last year, but he was protected by the size of his platform. They tracked his cell phone, his every move. They could have killed him at any time. They only chose to now because they determined the information blowback from assassinating him would be less than if he were alive to record the invasion of Gaza City. Full stop. And I heard that they actually sent him a text. Right? Sent Sharif text being like, here's a deal. You can leave Gaza if you stop reporting. And he said no.
Right.
So they murdered him.
We've heard of a report like when I was in London, I happened some British journalists are talking to this hospital, whoever, whatever, it didn't matter. But he was basically saying, why don't you allow us to go into Gaza? Why don't you allow this in? We can't get in. And she was giving every excuse in the book as to why they couldn't. This is why. Because, God forbid, I would argue if it were a famous Western journalist who got burped, I don't know. Actually, at this point, if it would have an effect on the Western world, maybe possibly. But at this point, I'm just kind of, because we saw what happened to the World City Kitchen workers. They were all Westerners.
Yeah, no one. Yeah,
talked about them for a few minutes, and then they kind of moved on. You would think after that, there was Biden at the time. You would think cut this shit out now. We're not giving any. No, that didn't. So I'm so convinced now that even if there were Western killed that may be assassinated, if they were ever able to get into Gaza at all, anything would happen, especially given this president. But but that's the reason why they do want Western journalists in, because they do not want to have people. Well, again, people see the reality anyway. We're seeing what's happening online. But I don't know. But again, Israel thinks by not having journalists in that then it prevents them from recording the reality. But I'm like, again, we're seeing it.
Yeah.
So they don't have to go in. We see it. So
this is Zay Squirrel, which tier. To be clear, everyone knows the mass murder of Anas al-Sharif and his colleagues is a war crime. The genocidal Israeli death cult knew exactly where he was at all times. He was live on air and posting from his geolocated phone at every moment of every day. They knew he was in a tent with his fellow journalists near the hospital. They knew he was unarmed and posed no threat to anyone, which is why they have not even bothered to pretend that he was armed and posed a threat. So even if they actually believe the deranged lies and smears they claim about him, the murder of him and his colleagues is a clear, unambiguous war crime, as they had the obligation under international law as the occupying power to arrest him and bring charges against him and prove their case. But of course, if they had done that, the entire edifice of lies would have immediately collapsed because they have no evidence of anything. Even saying that, they still have Dr. Hassam Abu Safia arrested, charged, and still in Israeli prisons, right, as a hostage. So they had to murder him and his colleagues and let their propagandists and their slaves in the Western media class launder it for them. Everyone in the Western media class who is now repeating the genocidal smears against Anas know these facts, and yet still they are more than happy to launder the mass murder of him and his colleagues. Journalists defending the mass murder of actual journalists with glee and pride, all for the genocidal Zionist masters and colleagues. So the smear campaign to justify his murder was also not new, so they can't claim they suddenly discovered something that made them murder him and his colleagues. Now, Ethan Fleischberger put the kill target on him, which they publicly accepted last year. So, similar to how Barry Weiss killed Rafat, right? Where here's another one, right? So, and I've seen more targets being placed on more of them recently. This emboldens these idiots. So, right? UK viewers might like to know that David Lammy, Keir Starmer, and their accomplices aided and abetted the Israeli murder of Al-Jazerra journalists last night, including Anas al-Sharif. May these criminals be brought to justice. Matt Kennard over at Declassified. Likely that UK had a mercenary spy plane in the sky over Gaza when Israel targeted and killed the Al-Jazerra journalists. The intelligence gathered by this plane goes directly to Israeli military in real time. So here's that plane, right? You can see where it's at. So, but since flight path is hidden, we assume its signal on flight radar may indicate deployment just 30 minutes before the attack. So, and this is not the only thing. We'll be discussing a bit more of this Sunday night about these spy planes. So stay tuned for that. But again, not the first time Al-Sharif has been targeted, right? Israel has killed at least 6 Al Jazeera journalists in Gaza during this war. These latest unfounded accusations represent an effort to manufacture consent to kill. In a post on X at the time, Al-Sharif responded to the Israeli smears against him. I reaffirm I, Anas al-Sharif, am a journalist with no political affiliations. My only mission is to report the truth from the ground, as it is, without bias, he said. At a time when a deadly famine is ravaging Gaza, speaking the truth has become, in the eyes of occupation, a threat. So, we have Hala Jabir here saying, what country on earth openly brags about murdering a journalist, claiming without independent proof that he was a militant? Israel does. They publish evidence that looks like a spreadsheet anyone could mock up on a laptop. No trial, no due process, just an airstrike, a smear, and a victory lap. Only a criminal terrorist entity behaves this way, one that calls itself Israel, one that is accused of being investigated by the ICJ for genocide and crimes against humanity. So, Greg Stoker, he's responded, and I've seen this everywhere, right? That do not try to fool us with this journalist. And here he is with, the Hamas leader that was assassinated at one point, right? So, like any journalist would fucking go to the leader of the organizations in their region, probably, So a press vest doesn't stop you from being a terrorist, another fucking Israeli asshole. Right? Stoker replies, so we should kill every journalist who has ever taken a picture with Netanyahu? Sometimes journalists do meet with politicians. Crazy. The Haz baristas are really working overtime to normalize this murder, but most of the world is sick of their bullshit. Correct. So, here's their proof, and you'll see why it's not proof, right? So, in October, right, they claimed al-Sharif was in Hamas's Nusrat battalion, right? Well, guess what? Now they claim, this is their claim here, which I've translated for you people, that Hamas is in the Hamas East Jabalia battalion. So they don't even fucking get their story straight when they're lying, you know? So this is from Sana Saeed, right? Particularly from M7 MD Kurd, right? Who writes, the instinct of many defenders of Palestinians is to dispel the connection between the slain Palestinian media workers and their supposed political leanings, as if anywhere in the world these exist in isolation. While it is demanded of us to distance ourselves from the guerrilla fighters struggling against colonialism and occupation, Zionist soldiers, the colonizers and occupiers, can work without much irony or scrutiny in newsrooms and in media watchdog orgs. Take, for example, Axios political reporter covering Israeli affairs, Barak Ravid, who was, until March 2023, a reservist in the Israeli occupation forces while working for an international media outlet. Or the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, who dropped out of his American university to volunteer in the IOF during the first Intifada. Then, during the course of his job as a so-called prison counselor at the notorious Kiryat Cap, lied to cover up to a friend who he witnessed beating a prisoner. Correspondents entangled with the Israeli army are not challenged on the basis of proximity to the conflict, let alone condemned to die because of their participation in or fondness of the Israeli military apparatus. They do not need to be humanized. So, yep. Right? So, our journalists in Gaza are entirely civilians wearing press helmets and vests, carrying cameras and pens, and are cold-bloodedly killed because they report the truth. Meanwhile, occupation journalists and some foreign reporters carry weapons, blow up homes, stand with the army during fighting, participate in incitement and killing, yet they are presented to the world as media professionals. So, I had a video with that, but it's fine. We get it. Why does Israel kill journalists in Gaza? Writes Elijah J. Magnier. Israel has imposed an almost total ban on foreign journalists entering Gaza except under tightly controlled military embeds. That leaves Palestinian reporters as the main source of on-the-ground documentation. Targeting them reduces the volume and immediacy of independent reporting. Journalists in Gaza have been documenting civilian casualties, destruction of infrastructure, and humanitarian crises that could be used as evidence in war crimes investigations. Eliminating these witnesses, and often their cameras, archives, and homes, helps limit the creation of verifiable records. The unprecedented death toll among journalists sends a chilling message to any media worker still trying to cover the war. Doing so could cost you your life. This intimidation effect works, even if Israel does not openly admit to targeting journalists. With fewer independent voices and more reliance on official Israeli briefings, Israel can more easily shape international narratives about its military actions, motives, and alleged compliance with international law. So, and if you're wondering, you need visual learning, this is why. There is no genocide in Gaza, says fucking little Milikowski there. You know, reminds me of this, for those people who enjoy this show. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. So, yeah. Israel murdered the entire Al-Jazerra crew in Gaza City less than a week after Knesset and Benjamin Netanyahu said they would fully occupy Gaza. They are trying to silence everyone and ensure media blackout. This is put up in The Guardian, right? Ben Jennings, right? With nothing to see here as press lay on the ground. So, Gordon Dimmack, right? Speaking of media, been watching the BBC News coverage of this for the last few hours. They've reposted this line more often that they've mentioned Israel murdering 6 journalists. Their entire lines of questioning are designed to cast doubt and mistrust of Palestinian journalists. So, yeah, I mean, they claimed he was Hamas again. Right? Abubakar Abed weighs into the BBC and how they reached out for a pre-recorded interview on the murder of Palestinian Pele Suleiman Obied and the sporting tragedy in Gaza. My reply was clear. You're a mouthpiece for Zionism, and I don't have the honor to speak with you. That is how you fucking deal with these clowns. If Piers Morgan calls you up, you say the same fucking shit. Same shit you tell him. Like, any of these fucking corporate goons try to fucking bring you on. Like, fuck that. So, here's his response. First, it's not a war in Gaza. It's a genocide. A Holocaust, even. Second, the BBC is a mouthpiece for Zionism and has oceans of the blood of my people on its hands. Third, I will never rest until I hold you accountable. We have everything documented and will raise a case against you in courts. And from your request, it seems that you want to produce propaganda because you don't want it live. Anyway, the BBC is gutter journalism that I don't have the honor to speak to. Laundering Israel's war crime will haunt and shame you forever. Utter rubbish that you produce. You deserve nothing but shame and misery for what you have done over the past 2 years. And I hope you will back down from this Holocaust-supporting organization and save your humanity before it's too late. Sports in Gaza will prevail, and our voice will reverberate through the darkness without you. Best in resigning from this evil. Right? He also mentions the CNN, BBC, CBC Canada, and Telegraph in Belfast have reached out to me to speak with them. These channel outlets have no shame, all for pre-recorded interviews. It looked like it's standard they set when it comes to speak with Palestinians. Anyways, you know what I responded to them, but I am just saying these channels don't deserve our voice, and we have no honor to speak with them. We must wipe the floor with them and discredit them for whitewashing war crimes in Gaza and being liable for the Holocaust of our times. The only time at which we should speak to them is at The Hague, when they're held accountable. So, yep. Fucking more of that fucking attitude, please. Stop fucking talking to these assholes.
Just in general.
Yep.
That's also a message to our colleagues in media as well.
Yep.
Like, you do not have to talk to these people. You do not have to platform these. Well, it doesn't have to be a Zionist, but anyone who's kind of against.
Yeah, anyone who's been in fucking corporate media, you could just fucking go, nope.
But I think it's the idea of you have to speak to people who are different.
Yeah, that's for your real life
point of view than you. I agree to a point. Like, if the person is legit, that'll be one thing.
And if the disagreements are fucking pineapple on pizza, sure. You know, if it's a fucking ideological massive differences that you don't want to bring to your audience because it's just flat out incorrect, then no. I'm not going to platform your bullshit.
Or if they have questionable, like,
motives,
allegiances or motives that if you kind of bring them on, or if you platform them, that your audience might question you. Like, now this is not the day of like the age of Donahue, like where back then he would have been able to have these conversations and people not necessarily think. And unfortunately, you know, in an ideal world, it really should be that. But unfortunately, like given, especially being online, like you don't know who these people are. You don't know necessarily what they say or things that they might have done in the past that might come back up, and you kind of being unliable or on the hook, you know, like just at minimum platforming them, or you going on their show to kind of talk about an issue. No, like I don't think you have to do that. If anything, if you're going to try and talk to different points of view, talk to regular schmegular people. And that's my opinion. People who don't necessarily have a skin in the game and views or financial compensation or whatever else. Like, talk to regular people. Like, don't talk to like these big names online just because it'll give you more profile.
Yup.
You don't have to
steal some
that.
Fucking people's audience for yourself. Like, anyway, speaking of shitty fucking outlets, looking at you, Al-Jazerra. Looking at you. You've got some fucking shit you need to fucking deal with too. These are the 6 of your own. Your fucking own out there And you have the audacity to say that this strike was allegedly targeted. Are you kidding me? You literally have the receipts. They sent you fucking texts. You know exactly what happened. But you can't even call it like it is. And then when channels actually take the fucking camera footage from these journalists, use them on their show to show people, I don't know, the bombing of a school in Gaza, you then come and copyright that channel. And you give them copyright strikes. Don't act like we don't fucking remember. We remember. Unbelievably bad. Al-Jazerra Arabic has just hoted an Israeli political analyst right after Israel killed its reporter Anza al-Sharif. Why the fuck are you talking to them anyway? Fucking disgraceful. Guess what? That guy, he's an anti-Palestinian genocide supporter who says there's no hunger in Gaza. Hamas steals the food. That's who you fucking brought on, Al-Jazerra. What are you fucking doing? The fuck? Anyway, so you're not the only one, Al-Jazerra, that's fucking dog shit on this, right? New York Times. What to know about Al-Jazerra, the broadcaster targeted by Israel. Here I am having to defend you, Al-Jazerra, doing your job for you, right? Abu Toha says, what the fucking shit, NYT? Just within 24 hours after 6 Al-Jazerra journalists were killed, New York Times published this. Who wrote it? An Israeli writer. The blood of the journalists is still fresh in the journalists' graves. Blood is on the New York Times' hands. They're not the only one. Here's fucking Bild over in Germany with their shit, right? Literally the fucking best-selling newspaper in Germany and Europe pulling this nonsense. Okay?
Yeah.
So BBC with their shit, right? IDF accused al-Sharif of posing as a journalist, yada yada, this shit, right? Again, BBC is the official Israeli channel, must be crushed as a way to our freedom. Normal Island News responds, you don't understand. This journalist that Israel killed was a terrorist. So were the other 230 journalists. So were all the doctors and the aid workers. So were all the ambulance crews. So were all the teachers and academics. And so were all the children.
Yes.
Sound familiar?
Yes.
Fuck this shit. So, Israeli media following the assassination of al-Sharif, right? Al-Sharif's influence, and listen closely, on Israel's position in the world is much more significant than that of quite a few of the senior Hamas military. So he's saying his influence is more of a problem for them than the military of Hamas.
Right. They're right.
Yeah.
They're right. Yes.
Hamas wins on the propaganda front, not on the battlefield. It needs to be beaten there, too. You have all the fucking media. What's the holdup? Fucking sickening. Michael Rosen, as a tribute to the 6 Al-Jazerra journalists killed in Gaza, here's the poem I wrote a few months ago. After Gil Scott-Heron, the genocide will not be televised. They will keep out cameras. They will keep out those who sympathize. They will keep out those with eyes. The genocide will not be televised. The screens will be full of game shows, reality TV shows, comedy shows, quiz shows, nice up your home shows, cookery shows, chat shows. The genocide will not be televised. The genocide will not be televised. Journalists will cluster on the outside. They won't be let inside. They will accuse some of being spies. They will challenge numbers of those who died. The genocide will not be televised. The genocide will not be televised. They will keep saying that it's a humane war. They keep saying that they want more. They know full well what they're fighting for. The sea to the river. They want it all. The genocide will not be televised. So, speaking of not be televised, here's Decensored News frantically fucking pulling the statements that they probably want deleted very quickly right? So this is in the State Department. Tammy Bruce being asked by multiple reporters about this atrocity. What do you think she says, Care Bear? Can you take guesses?
Oh, God.
I want to go back to Sunday's incidents when an airstrike struck a tent of journalists. 4 of them are my colleagues, killing them.
Hamas.
And there is no need for investigation here because the IDF statement was clear that they targeted Anas al-Sharif, my colleague, claiming that he's a leader of a Hamas cell that
you beat her to it
rockets to Israel without providing any proof. And this will add to 238 journalists who died in Gaza in 2 years. 11 of them are my colleagues. 11 of them. And my question is, are you comfortable with all the claims and excuses that Israel made to target those journalists, whether they are my colleagues or the other 200?
Well, what I can tell you, and I think what's been apparent from this podium, is our concern about the loss of any innocent life. We've made that clear. The work of the people in this building is committed to that. And it's every day, every briefing, certainly, we have examples of that. It is difficult for you. Some of you are war reporters.
Pause. 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 How? How? Like, if you're talking about the aid, like, no. If you're talking, no. Give examples, lady.
Yeah. Fucking
okay.
God.
And you go into those zones, and I respect that immensely. So I'm not in a position, nor will I discuss my feelings. That's not what I'm here for, whether I'm comfortable or uncomfortable. What I will tell you is that we refer you to Israel for information regarding...
You fucking bitch. You fucking bitch. The fuck? You stupid motherfucker.
Sharif, Israel has released evidence that Sharif was part of Hamas and was supportive of the Hamas attack on October 7th. They're the ones who have the evidence. They're the ones who can be reached and will hopefully talk with you and certainly talk with others who reach out to them.
I mean, you've said on the killing of these journalists that you refer us to the government of Israel.
Yes.
I mean, this is one of the worst, if not the worst, single attack on journalists in modern history, this particular incident on Sunday. As of all the journalists being killed, probably many of them by American weapons that are supplied by the US.
Well, let's not. I'm sorry. I respect you enough to know to not project
Shut that down. Shut that down. Shut that down.
Let's leave that out.
The majority of weapons that are used have been supplied by the United States, courtesy of the US taxpayers. So there is a very strong accountability issue for the American government. So on this instance, has there been any internal process to look at what happened and to see whether it was within the laws of war?
Well, obviously, there's many internal processes. I'm discussing with you a suggestion about who to reach out to, who has the answers for you. And that is due to the fact that, more than aware, of course there's internal processes, which I will not be discussing with you because of the nature of them and the importance of the diplomatic work that is continuing to this day to stop that carnage.
Is there an internal process on this particular incident?
I'm not going to discuss the details for you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. On Gaza, Israel has been blocking foreign reporters from entering Gaza unless they are under Israeli military escort. Does the U.S. press Israel to allow foreign journalists, including American journalists, by the way, to enter Gaza?
Well, we're of course leaving that to the government of Israel. We are not going to tell them what to do or inform them how to handle the decisions they've made. Just as, again, a reminder that it is a war zone, and countries are going to make decisions about who they allow in and who they don't, and that's up to Israel.
And on the killing of Al-Jazerra journalists came as Israel openly prepares to occupy Gaza City. Has the Trump administration given the Israeli government a green light for this widely condemned plan? Do you support or oppose?
Well, I would say you should contact the White House regarding their posture and what the president has said
that's not what you
or not said in that regard.
Okay. Fine. Husseini, you know what to ask this week, I guess. Tammy at the State Department is doing a great job upholding the long bipartisan tradition of being a soulless, uninformed, sycophantic sociopath in the spokesman position. T-Lav weighing in. Oh, God. So, remember what I said to remember about that foreign press thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the fucking deal. The Israeli occupation is entering a new stage of shifting the genocide narrative as it announces plans to finally allow international journalists into Gaza. For nearly 2 years of barring them, it is simultaneously carrying out mass killings of local Palestinian journalists, the very witnesses who have been living and documenting its crimes since day one, by erasing their voices and replacing them with voices it can control. Israel is literally trying to rewrite history. And guess who's going right along with that fucking plan? This fucking dickhead. Mahmoud Abbas of the fucking PA, who eats their goddamn own. Fucking disgrace. Right? He's asking, take with you 100 journalists from your countries and put them here. Because apparently Palestinian journalists aren't as credible. Somehow.
Right.
Anyway, so The Onion, Israel accuses Al-Jazerra of being mouthpiece for journalists. Gordon Dimmack, who's reminding you that Haaretz is not The Onion, replying, Israel knows killing journalists won't be as easy once foreign press enter Gaza. Again, they're trying to make this the plan. And like, well, as long as Israel accepts that.
But how effective is that going to be, though? I'm not sure.
No, because they're going to bring in fucking BBC reporters who are going to fucking two-state the shit at best. You know. Like, we know how this fucking works. Anyway. So, this is, remember we talked about Dr. Hassoum Abu Safia. Here is Anas meeting with him. Right? This is bearing witness, Art Qureshi, right? Who says he had millions of followers on social media with footage and updates frequently picked up and cited by regional and international outlets in a war zone. That kind of reach makes fabrication almost impossible. Too many eyes were on him. Too many cross-checks. So here's where they buried him, right? This is the state of graves in Gaza. Right? A cinder block and a piece of tile painted. Right? So, this child is journalist Anas al-Sharif during Israel's 2008 and 2009 bombing of Gaza. At the time, he was just a boy watching reporters in action, dreaming of one day becoming one himself. He grew up without comfort or privilege, only in the harsh reality faced by every Palestinian child living under the occupation. So you can see him in the crowd right there. So from a heavy farewell where the air chokes with tears, Gaza, under bombardment, set out to bid farewell to her journalist sons, Anas al-Sharif, Muhammad Karika, I'll never get that name right, my apologies, Ibrahim Zahir, Momin Aliwa, Muhammad Nufal, and Muhammad Al-Qadi. And you can see them as they were brought through the streets, right? So, to those burial sites we showed earlier. I mean, like, I'm surprised they didn't have to fucking kick away IDF like they did when Shireen was fucking buried. You know? So, which we remember that too. Jihad Abu Salim, Anas al-Sharif was born in 1996. He was 4 when the Second Intifada began in 2000. He was 11 when Israel imposed a blockade on Gaza in 2007. He was 12 during Cast-Led in 2008-2009. He was 18 during the 2014 assault on Gaza. He was 29 when Israel assassinated him in 2025. Fucking 29-year-old man. Here's was his last post, right? This is from Noro Baron Freeman's over the EI, right? So this is what he experienced. I mean, just constant bombing. So his last story was an hour ago. They assassinated him right after this story. My brain is still trying to comprehend this. They killed all of Al-Jazerra's journalist team. So here's was his last story on Instagram. To whom it may concern, the occupation is now openly threatening a full-scale invasion of Gaza. For 22 months, the city has been bleeding under relentless bombardment from land, sea, and air. Tens of thousands have been killed and hundreds of thousands wounded. If this madness does not end, Gaza will be reduced to ruins, its people's voices silenced, their faces erased, and history will remember you as silent witnesses to a genocide you chose not to stop. Please share this message and tag everyone who has the power to end this massacre. Silence is complicity. And here's Jihad Abu Salim. After assassinating Al-Jazerra's entire staff, Israel is now heavily bombing Gaza City in a manner reminiscent of the genocide's early months. Israel is preparing to commit horrific crimes there, having already murdered the key witnesses in advance. So, Al-Sharif left behind a wife and 2 young children. Do not forget Gaza, Al-Sharif said in a statement he asked to have released if he were killed. And do not forget me in your sincere prayers for forgiveness and acceptance. Israel has frequently targeted journalists in Gaza throughout its genocidal war. Gaza's government media office said that Sunday night bombing brought the total number of journalists killed in Gaza since October 7th to 237. Right? So this is what I got from Al Jazeera, right? They're at 269 Palestinians, 270 journalists altogether, right? So, I mean, this is more than World War II and World War I combined. So, I mean, far too many names. Like, 2 Israelis as well. So, indiscriminate. If you speak the truth. So, this is one of Al-Sharif's posts. My father was martyred, and I didn't find time to bid him farewell. The occupation destroyed my home, and I didn't have time to grieve for it. Despite the occupation's ongoing crimes, direct threats and famine against our people in northern Gaza, I say today and every day, I am nothing compared to a hungry child, a bereaved mother, a patient doctor, or a man who carries his soul in his hand, defending his people, his land, and his homeland. So, here's his lovely children, which we'll get to. Here it is. Right? So, RT has this from a little moment with his daughter, which we'll get to.
Baba.
Daughter.
Trump
says he wants to force us out of Gaza. Do you want to leave? No, I want to stay. I want to stay here. Why? Because she loves Gaza. So you don't want to leave? Alright, I want to take you to Qatar. Not to Qatar. To Jordan then. No. To Egypt? To Turkey? No. I want to stay here.
بدك تضلك هنا في غزة؟ يعني مش طالعة؟
بس طالعة من المرة.
مش طالعة نهائيا؟ بالمرة؟ طب قولي لهم احنا مش طالعين.
احنا بس طالعين.
صامدين هان.
صامدين هان.
يا روحي.
Fucking adorable. That child now is fatherless. Anas al-Sharif's wife wrote, Sham is so attached to Anas that she doesn't leave him during coverage. She looks for him everywhere. And when she hears his voice on the radio, she comes as if hearing it for the first time. One day, Sham will stand behind the camera and carry on the path of her father, Anas.
Probably.
So, just to finish, we'll get to his last words. But I just wanted to bring this little bit of art that I found appropriate So this is narrated by Stephen Kwok Vo. So this is his will that he asked people to put out, right? So we'll listen to his words.
A lot of y'all know me for my voice, so this is me using it. This is the final word from Anas al-Sharif, a journalist in Gaza who was murdered this morning, targeted and killed by the Israeli army. This is my will and my last message. If you have received those words, know that Israel has succeeded in killing me and silencing my voice. The beginning of peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. God knows that I have done all my effort and strength to be a support and a voice for my people. Since I opened my eyes to life in the alleys of Jabalia Refuge Camp, and my hope was that God would prolong my life until I return with my family and loved ones to our native town of occupied Ascalon, Al-Majal, but God's will prevail and his wisdom out. I have experienced pain in all its details. I have tasted pain and loss repeatedly, and yet I have never been able to convey the truth as it is, without falsification or distortion. May God be our witness to those who kept silent and accepted our killing, those who held our breaths and the bodies of our children and women in their hearts have recited and not stopped the slaughter that is being performed on our people for more than 1.5 years. I recommend Palestine, the crown of Muslims, in the heart of every free person in the world. I recommend you to her family and to her little oppressed children, to whom age did not allow them to dream and live in safety and peace. Their immaculate bodies were crushed, torn, and shattered by thousands of tons of Israeli bombs and missiles scattered on the walls. I advise you not to be silenced by the restrictions and to be bridges towards the liberation of the country and its slaves, so that the sun of dignity and freedom may shine on our poor country. I recommend you to my family. I recommend you to the apple of my eye, my lovely daughter Sham, to whom the days did not allow me to see her grow up as I dreamed. I recommend you to my dear son Salah, whom I hope to be his aid and companion until his return intensifies. He carries my worries and completes the message. I recommend you, my beloved mother, whose blessings I have reached where I am. Her prayers have been my fortress and the light of my path. I pray that Allah binds her heart and rewards her from me. I also recommend to you the companion of my life, my beloved wife, Salah Bayan, who separated us for many days and months in the war, but she remained on the throne, steadfast as an olive stem that does not bend, patient and calculated. It's to my knowledge that Anas was only 28 years old. I'm 29. And he was a father, he was a husband, he was a son, and he spoke for his people. I implore to all my fellow voice actors in general, use your platforms, use your voice, give voice. Use your gifts for something bigger than us.
Which is what we've been doing here. So,
Indy said something that I think subconsciously I've been thinking about, but I think the take among certain people in independent media especially, although I'm seeing it in mainstream media too, is think of the children when it comes to this genocide. Like, children are starving, children are hungry. And yeah, it's look, I work with young kids, so it's very easy to
Right.
think of the children and their suffering. But Indy made a very good point, like a couple weeks ago, I think, regarding the interview that Crystal Ball did with whatever her face is, I forget her name. But he basically was like, what good is helping the children if, like, basically everyone is kind of implicitly saying, fuck the adults.
Right.
Like, don't the adults deserve life as well? So, and I thought about that with Anas, with his daughter. Like, very easy to feel for her. But what about Anas, who did the work?
Or his wife, or his mother.
Right.
Like,
Like, so we're almost kind of reducing, and I want to be very careful of this, but a lot of people are reducing Gaza if people have sympathy to the children. And that's not enough. Like, if they're human beings, regardless of age, their lives have value. Their lives are sacred. And because what good is it to protect the children when the adults are gone? So I get it, but I think we have to be very careful in how we phrase our concern. Because it shouldn't be just a matter of the children. It should be all life. Not just the ones that we can visibly see are the most vulnerable or among the most vulnerable. Because right now, everyone in Gaza is in a state right now, and they all deserve to live. So, yeah, just a thought I had. Because by all accounts, Anas should be here. Because he was one of the few, given what he said, he knew, especially given what we've reported, I'm sure he was very aware of the danger that he was in. Extremely aware. So, and that I think makes his martyrdom. I mean, we've reported several of these by now, but it doesn't get any better or any, it doesn't get any easier in talking about this. But I don't know. But this is sick. This is sick. And people who are justifying this can literally go to hell. Literally go to hell. Because, and I'm hearing people saying, oh, I can't say it's a genocide because of feelings. Fuck your fucking feelings. Fuck your fucking feelings.
Or if you try to fucking make it a semantic of a fuck you too, you know who you are. Like, fuck that. Fucking stupid.
So,
anyway.
Who cares about how you feel? What about what the Palestinians are going through? How they're feeling? Huh? Maybe think about them. Instead of your fucking damn selves. How selfish people. Like, if you feel that bad, do something about it. Especially for people who have a fucking platform. And I'm getting so...
I know, dude.
So tired of talking about this every fucking week. Like, every week we talk about, like, how bad it is in Israel and Gaza right now. And it's like... And people want us to feel sympathy. Like, I'm sorry, but Indy has said it. Like, Jewish people, sorry. But many of you, your inaction, or I will argue worse, like, it's hard to believe to even say this, but like, you're liberalizing genocide, meaning, like, oh, I get what's going on. I don't like it, but you know, we have to try and get them aid and all this other kind of bullshit. The aid is not getting in. They're still starving by the hand of Israel. We talked about this. Like, even if they get food now, it's too late.
Yeah.
You're minimizing human lives. Stop it.
And for the fucking...
That's all I got to say.
Independent journalists who are constantly distracted by every fucking rage bait slop, meanwhile, waves arms at the 9 fucking genocides and journalists straight up fucking dying that you're ignoring to cover whatever fucking pop culture Twitter war shows up in your fucking trending feed that day. Fuck you too.
You know,
and y'all can tell them I said it.
I have to know, Reef, has anyone in Independent talked about this at all?
Yeah, a few. Passing. I saw a couple.
But here's my thing. Like, the people in independent media who are journalists, especially, should be more up in arms about this. And
they should be ashamed of themselves.
Right, but I'm not on Twitter. I'm not in the space that, like, literally, it's like, for me, get in the robot. And once we're done, I'm out. But, like, but it's like, why am I not hearing any more like, in comparison to, like, at least I feel like with the other journalists, like, where I felt there was more talk about this with him online.
A lot of people
I haven't heard much about this guy and us at all.
Yeah.
So what the hell is going on? Are we that
mentioned it? So
I mean, are we that, like, dumb? I guess we are.
Yeah. But when they put it alongside whatever fucking streamer drama happened that fucking day, like, it's hard to fucking... Anyway, you know. And those channels are monetized, and they fucking make sure to keep it by trying to keep fucking eyeballs on their channel. Meanwhile, YouTube demonetized us, so if you want to fucking keep the lights on over here, you can scan that QR code on your screen, or links to donate are in the description. Otherwise... like and share, leave a comment, you know, leave your words here at the bottom to remember these journalists by. But otherwise, thanks for watching. All right. To the chat, and then we'll get to our fun segment to clear our fucking brains of that nonsense. Let me pull the chats up. So I saw a lot of people, psychopaths, sociopaths, you know, a lot of that. Grapentine, I hope the media and every political figure in the U.S. and Western world, just as much as I hate, isn't real. Yep. Vicky Adams, evangelical Christians are more complicit. They're equal opportunity on the fucking hands of justice on that one.
Right. Honestly, like, you call yourself, and they're another one. Like, but then again, this is something I experienced mostly in my time being in the faith. But it's like, you claim that you care about human justice, but when you see it, you're silent on it. You're complicit on it. And that's not including what's happening to the Palestinians, Black people especially. But because we're in the church, it's like, oh, you guys are okay now because you're following the faith. And you can go to God and all that kind of stuff. Like, fuck that.
To excuse it,
like,
to justify it.
Right. But no, but you know what it is? You know what makes me mad? And my dad, God, like, in the way that he says things, he comes off crass, but he's so correct. Like, he says, the idea of Christianity is that you're supposed to suffer so that, especially with Black people, you're supposed to suffer. So the idea is like, you suffer enough that you'll get your riches in heaven. Like, he's like, fuck that. I'm going to enjoy life now. give me the good riches now.
Now.
I don't want to wait till I'm dead.
And I don't want to wait
whatever
and make
that
sure
means
that
to
I
receive
fucking
my
wash
blessing.
the feet.
I want the blessings right now. And meanwhile, a lot of these Christians are living the good, not all, but many that at least that I know are living the good life. Like, you can argue that most of them are probably just like, the only thing that makes them different is that their ties to God. But that many, at least I know, are just as privileged as many of
You
the
could outlaw religion and
see.
most of these sex crimes would disappear in a couple of generations. But we don't have time for rational solutions.
Right. But it's like, they're not much different from regular people in a lot of ways besides their faith, which they don't even practice to the fullness of how they should be doing it. So, but anyway.
I feel you, dude. Can we just leave the kids alone for a moment? Our masters are torturing them there and traffic them here and everywhere. Would be nice. Yeah, Kill Your Egregore said Lord of the Flies.
Rapentine, Golden Monarch. I really like Al-Jazerra, but I always question everything, especially these days. Confusing times, many great journalists.
You got to know where the funding comes from, too.
It's not to say Al-Jazerra doesn't have their issues. No media outlet is pristine.
Except us. We're perfect.
Okay?
Right.
But that being said, journalists have no power, essentially. Like, they're the ones who are doing the brunt work, mostly. Like, not these independent people who claim that they're journalists, a lot of them, but like the legit ones that actually do the research, that are willing to risk their life around. Those are the people that you should be supporting. Those are the people that you should be following their Twitters and all that kind of stuff. In the guys, like the ones that really operate without a bias are the ones that you should be following. So I totally get what you're saying, but looking at it from a macro level, this is an attack on free speech, right? So if you claim as an American you're for free speech here, you should be very much against what is happening in Gaza in particular. Because the idea that you're able to murk a journalist without repercussions, that's serious-ish. So I don't care who it is. If you're a journalist and you're doing your job and you are murked in order to protect as what is essentially war crimes, that's a problem. So, and given that Amos knew his role and he realized that his way of getting reporting might be the only way that the world can see the reality of what's happening in Gaza. So the fact that Israel knew about that, and he's not the only one, that he was purposely targeted and offed him when they figured, oh, we don't have to worry about him anymore. So that should be alarm bell. Because imagine if they're able to do that there, who's to say under this administration they're going to try and do that shit here? So, and we even kind of talked about it earlier with Inlakesh, like he's being censored. Like, so it wouldn't necessarily be a murk, but it could be subtle in terms of not having like any with us. Like they can just shut us down at any point. So that should concern you. But I get what you're saying.
Yep. I feel you. Yep. Well, let's get to our last one and then get out of here. I brought this just to kind of clear everyone's heads and just enjoy some nice cartoons, because why wouldn't we do that? So last time,
how long is it?
It's like 10 minutes. It's nothing. This was just full disclosure. Literally the best clip on our channel is the last time we reacted to a Soviet cartoon, so I figured we should do one again. So this one is titled...
You're figuring trying to recapture magic,
which maybe
wasn't
once.
even at first. Not at first.
Right? Nope.
Like, that was a slow burn.
Yep, I'll take it. I'll fucking take that shit. So this is, and I find this fitting, especially with the, anniversary of the atomic bomb stuff not that long ago. But this is titled There Will Come Soft Rain. It's a little sci-fi cartoon. Figured we'd, update our cartoons to fit with the aesthetic a bit. So this is based off a short story by Ray Bradbury, right? The old Ray Bradbury. Bradbury. You know what I mean. You know what I'm saying.
Fahrenheit 451. Those of you who had to read that book in school, I had to read it in 6th grade. Surprising I haven't read it that early.
Still important, that stuff, isn't it? So, we'll this is Boudet whatever that Russian name is, dog. I can't help you. Y'all know that shit. It's written up here. Look at that. Y'all can see it. Zoomies. Go. Right? That name right there. So that's director, right? So Soviets with a long and varied history of animation, especially sci-fi stuff. So this should be fun. From the Uzbek Film Studio, right?
Я робот. Приступаю к своим обязанностям. Семь утра. Вставать пора.
Yeah, we'll go back to this one. A little better view. Some little floaty chairs. The cock is on 6th crowned. Crowed.
The moon was yellow and the night was young. A smile brought us together, and I was wondering whether we'd meet again someday. The moon was yellow.
Доброе утро, миссис Маклеллан. Как спали?
Another pile of ash.
Behold, the moon is yellow and the night is young.
Сегодня в городе Эллендейле, штат Калифорния, 31 декабря 2026 года. В 8 утра на работу пора. Живо, 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 живо. Миссис Маклеллан, время утренней молитвы.
Jesus Christus. Candlelight dinner?
Дамы и господа, новым 2027 годом.
2027, that's coming up, right? Verb?
Пароль.
No, Verb, run! No, not Jesus Christus. Peace. Peace, Brohim. I'm out of here. VCR bot, keep it together, dude.
The moon was yellow and the night was young. A smile brought us together, and I was wondering whether we'd meet again someday. The moon was yellow, and a song was sung. That vocal inspiration gave me the inclination.
Будет ласковый дождь.
There will come soft rains and the smell at the ground.
Щебет юрких
The swallows circling in their shimmering sound.
И ночные рулады
And
лягушек
frogs in the pools singing at
и
night.
цветение слив
And wild plum
белопенных
trees
садах.
in tremendous
И ни
white.
птица,
Not one would
ива
mind,
слезы
neither
не
bird nor
прольет,
tree,
если
if
сгинет с
mankind
земли
perished
человеческий
utterly.
род. И весна.
And spring herself
И
when she woke
весна
at dawn
встретит новый рассвет, не заметив,
would scarcely
что
know
нас уже нет.
that we were gone. Thoughts. Lot of fun little allegories in there, I feel like. You know?
Yeah. And I would have to watch it again to kind of get. But I'm just kind of wondering. Like, obviously, there were people lit whatever that fortress was.
Yeah.
So what happened?
At one point.
Like,
yeah.
At one point. Like, here's what I'm thinking just off
Okay.
the top of my head.
Yeah.
My guess is this is kind of like like how I kind of associate with what we're kind of doing with AI
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
Yeah, there's
And-
parallels to that too. Of the AI just
And-
going through its paces.
And the robots took over.
And yeah,
and
the
the
fucking all
robots
the
took over.
all the people died. Like they weren't taking care
Right.
of them. They were like, fuck, they were just
Right.
going through the motions.
Right.
You know?
Right. This is kind of what this is giving to me. It's the robots got smart and took over the humans.
Yeah.
Um
But they weren't really smart.
And-
They fucking can't even accept a little bird. And the bird's like, nah,
Right.
fuck you. It fucking can't see. It blows up itself. Uses the nukes at that. Which I don't know how that little bird fucking made it through the nuclear explosion, but that's neither here nor there. You know?
Right.
And still that little window, which that's what was funny to me, was that they still brought that aspect. This like that it's they had the window that was like the fake window that the bird gets stuck on at the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
After the explosion, which you'd think would blow all that up anyway. But like to me, that was like, humanity still is going to affect things later.
Right. Right. But I'm also kind of thinking in terms of like maybe kind of like a parallel to like freedom versus liberation. Like
Sure.
the bird when the robot made that hole
Yeah.
initially from the wall, like the bird was able to get out.
Right.
But was it really liberated from the situation that it put itself in?
Yeah, because it's still looking for a window later,
It's
right?
still looking for a way out. So that's kind of what I kind of saw it kind of maybe in terms of that. Like the idea of freedom versus true liberation. But then like
I did find
even
it funny.
that, like kind of like but even if the bird was able to escape, the world that was gonna escape into
Was it really free in the? Yeah, I feel you.
free. So that's kind of how I see it in that aspect to the bird.
I did find it funny.
So
They touched on like the digital prison aspect with like, the grandmas looking at a window of home,
Mhm.
like it's very parallels to the virtual reality stuff that will probably be coming soon. But
right. When was this produced, do you know?
87.
Mm.
So like towards the end of the Union, I think. So, but still,
Cold War vibes for sure.
Yeah. I love the robot voice.
yeah,
I am Roboto. Like, fucking, that voice was great. So,
but yeah, not sure if we got the point of it, but I think that is the point. Like,
I think there's a couple
kinda see
points.
it as more,
Yeah.
right, but I also kind of see it like kind of like art in the sense of how you interpret it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure for you guys watching now, or even if once we clip it, watching since, how you interpret this would be kind of interesting. So let us know in the comments what you think of this, or how do you interpret this cartoon.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see what people are able to take away from all of that. But that's kind of what I took in part, the AI/robot piece taking over the humans, and then the liberation versus freedom piece. Like, what the difference in between that? Like, are we really truly free, or do we aspire
Right.
what the bird was trying to do?
I feel you. Well, YouTube decided that we shouldn't get money for the stories we do. So you can get around that system by going to ko-fi.com/Indie News Network or scan that QR code on the screen. If you would like to leave us a few dollary dues and help keep the things running over here. But otherwise, like and subscribe, hit the share button, leave a comment. What do you think this cartoon was trying to tell us? Otherwise, thanks for watching. Okay, we did it. That's it. That's our show.
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be Jesse's show tomorrow. I do believe, from what I've heard. Indian chat will probably confirm, but as always, stay connected to our Substacks and our Twitters. Descriptions for all our links at the link tree below in the description. You know, at Get Any News on Twitter. You can find us pretty easy. So, anything else? I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Cool. Well, chat, we got to head out of here. It's late. We've kept you here long enough. You know, you're allowed to go somewhere else, but you can't stay here. How's that line go? You know? So Kieran Pine says, be well, Bolsheviks. So Sean says, great show. Rick Solis could see it as an anti-nuclear war, anti-capitalism, like that. Its end point, a bunch of machines left and nothing more, like WALL-E. So, yeah. Bunch of fun little interpretations of that. We should do a few more of those. I like doing those. Those are fun.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I think the trick with these is that if you actually use the Soviet cartoons, there's no Soviet copyrights left. So that's why you could
how
like
we're able to get away with this. But then again, we saw the other one. That was
fine.
So,
yeah, I don't think there's Russian copyrights left. So like the Russians aren't going to come for us.
We can.
Maybe it depends on the music. I know one of them that I wanted to do has Herbie Hancock in it, and that might be a little tough. But you know, whatever. But well, I think that's our show, kids. So y'all stay frosty out there, and remember, labels are bad. Stay independent. Good night, fam.
Have a good week, everyone.
There's a difference between peace and liberation, is there not? You can have injustice and have peace. Isn't that correct? Peace and be enslaved.
Yes.
So peace isn't the answer.
No.
Bye, have a great time. Liberation is the answer.